soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. If you run a hospital and is contracted under the Social Health Authority, you must treat patients covered by the program. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has warned. Duale says facilities that turn away such patients risk suspension from the scheme or even losing their operating licenses. Speaking on Tuesday, Duale said some hospitals had begun denying sharp patients treatment, citing system failures or payment disputes with the authority.
There are certain health facilities in our country that want to deny Kenyans to use their cover under SHA, and they give a lot of reasons. Sometimes they say the system is down. Sometimes they say we have a problem with the payments. You have signed a contractual agreement by law with the Social Health Authority. If we find that you have denied Kenya his basic constitutional right to the attainment of health care.
Families are still searching for the loved ones who went missing after the heavy rains, hoping they are safe and not buried under the mud as government rescue efforts continue. Meanwhile, postmortems on 12 of the 25 bodies recovered and taken to City Mortuary have been confirmed that the victims died from drowning. This comes as 49 people died following flooding across several parts of the country caused by heavy rainfall. Here are some of the families.
Naomba serikali mtoke nje, msinyamaze, juu nyinyi mtakula, juu hakuna watu wenyu wamepata shida. Sisi wananchi tunateseka huku nje. Kama ni maji ile ilikuwa ile last year but one, manyumba zilibomolewa kando ya inchi. Wenye walikuwa na manyumba huko wamebaki maskini. Na bado tunaendelea na maisha. Hii ya juzi town sijawahi ona kama kuna mto town enye inaua watu ile kimo enye niliona hiyo siku. Juma mtaro azifunguliwi zimejaa na takataka. Mtoke nje mtusaidie. Tuko na usuni wananchi wanaumia huku chini. Mtoke nje msaidie wananchi.
Detectives from Banking Fraud Investigations Unit have arrested TikTok content creator Maximilian Motara, popularly known as Billionaire's Son, after viral video showed him tearing Kenyan currency notes. The arrest has sparked debate on social media about whether destroying money is illegal and the growing trend of content creators doing controversial stunts to gain online attention. Motara came into the spotlight after a video circulated online showing him tearing several hundred shillings note while recording himself.
Officers put some information through the social media of somebody who was seen tearing Kenya currency, notes of 100 Kenya shillings, 200 shillings, tearing and destroying in social media. Officers from the Banking Fraud Investigation Unit moved to speed, and we were able to arrest one person by the name Maximilian Motari Nyakwaya.
Madagascar's military ruler Colonel Michael Randrianirina has dissolved the government unexpectedly. According to a statement from his spokesperson, he has dismissed the Prime Minister and the entire cabinet. No reason was given for the move. Randrianirina seized the power last October from Andry Rajoelina following weeks of youth-led protest on the Indian Ocean island. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning Your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and this is Radio Generation. You're on the People's Breakfast. Niko naye City Muga. City, habari ya asubuhi.
Habari ya asubuhi. Nzuri sana Mr. Paul Mbuvi.
Yani hauna stress, hauna bugudha, haujatekerenyeka figo. Okay, umetekerenyeka figo?
Oh, well, thank you very much. Hata mimi nimetenyereka.
Uko na bugudha?
Bugu niko nayo.
Lakini bugudha ndio hauna.
Yes.
Big shout out to MC Tonje. MC Tonje siku hizi anakuanga numero 1 on our WhatsApp. Every single morning as far as the breakfast is concerned. Anashinanga kutuambia good morning MC Tonje, checking in from Muhoroni. Karibu tena sana MC Tonje. We are glad that you could join us this morning. And kuna wengine pia wameingia pale katika YouTube. I will definitely check out your salams. Don Saba for example amesema Paul and City, good morning. Is it true Shah paid NHIF a tune of millions?
Why would Shah pay NHIF?
Yeah, yet they are one and the same thing but different. John Mutu amesema good morning Radio Generation Qatar. Niko tuned watching live. Asante sana kaka for coming through and watching us live. And leni kutuma salamu hapo hivyo nitaendelea kuzisoma zinavyokuja. I want to take you to a place called United States of America City. There's a new art installation by the anonymous artist collective Secret Handshake group, you know, and it appeared, it rather dropped a statue depicting Trump and Epstein as Titanic lovers. Do you know, have you watched the movie Titanic? So in Titanic, there's an iconic scene.
I know of the movie.
Yes, you know of the ship.
Yes, I even know of the song that, the theme song.
Yes, yeah, Celine Dion.
Yeah, but I've never watched the movie.
All right, so there's an iconic scene where the two lovers, the characters of Leonardo DiCaprio and the lady, I'm forgetting her name, wanashikana pale katika meli pale mbele.
Stan kule mbele.
Bas, pale mbele kabisa meli, yani mwisho wa meli.
Ile pua ya meli.
Wanasemanga ningamani ama you know the part I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I've seen the picture even.
Yes, so they're holding each other. Now there are some anonymous artists who've made a statue of President Trump and the late Epstein. Epstein ako mbele, amefungua mikono hivi kama yule mwanadada, alafu Trump ako nyuma yake, amemkaribia, amemkumbatia vile walikuwa wamekumbatiana kwa movie wale watu wawili, those two characters. And I'm just asking myself,
wachokozi ni wengi sio?
Sana. But it's because President Trump has been mentioned several times when he was a civilian of the things that he did. Apparently it's alleged.
Brother alikuwa na vituko.
It is
allegedly.
It is alleged wakiwa na Epstein walikuanga wanafanya vituko fulani to the point of
kinachohusisha sana.
Naam.
Ni vituko vyao ambayo inasemekana yale ambao waliatenda na watoto wadogo.
Ndio.
Inashtua.
Kunaye mwana wa Malkia Prince Andrew ambaye sasa ni former Prince Andrew. That guy was arrested last week but one. I don't know if he's still in custody ama walimwachilia.
Wajua kid fiddling is something which is taken rather seriously in those parts of the world.
Oh yeah. Ni kweli. So I mean it has cost people jobs. There's another lord in England. Pia yeye amefutwa kazi kwa sababu
alifanya nini?
Kwanza yeye stepped down. He's also adversely mentioned in these Epstein files.
Yeye pia alikuwa ana hizo tabia sio?
Inasemekana. So he said that he is not guilty of anything. He said that look, at the end of the day, knowing a criminal doesn't make you one. Yeah. So but he stepped down from the House of Lords, but now they also want him to
relinquish
his titles,
his peership.
Hizo lordship yake wanasema bro hiyo kitu rudisha.
Hawezi kurudisha. Well indeed sio ku step down.
Yeah.
He'll have to hand it over to somebody else within the family.
Yeah. So what he did was, first of all, see, he was in the House of Lords.
Alitoka huko.
Hiyo naye alitoka. It's like an MP resigning from his position as MP. But sasa unajua ku Kenya, you still maintain, we still call you mheshimiwa, but their titles are very serious.
Kwetu hapa, you just need to declare you understand na wewe ni mheshimiwa tayari.
Bas.
Lakini kule
Yeah, it's really, hii story imelipuka mbaya sana. Kuna watu wanapatikana left, right and center in positions they never thought they would find themselves in. But anyway, that's that about America. Let's come back closer home and talk about what is significant around the world. In 1917, on this particular day, during World War I, British forces captured Baghdad, Iraq. This neck of the woods zimekuwa na mashida nyingi.
No, zimekuwa zina shida. Hao wazungu ndio wamekuwa na shida
na huko.
Yes, kwa sababu wao the expansionist ideas that the Europeans had in the 18th, 19th century, now moving on to the 20th century, was such that there is no place they did not think they could interfere with.
Yeah. Sio Africa, sio Middle East.
You name it.
See Antarctica.
The British were notorious, but it's strange though. It's an island, not really big. But you have to respect what they were able to do.
What they were able to achieve.
Yes.
With that population of theirs.
Yes, what they were able to do.
You know, they had superior weapons, of course.
Which means, when you're talking about inventions and you're talking about understanding, they were imperialists who were deliberate in what they were doing, and they understood. But remember, the entirety of colonization was so that you could enrich the crown. Because when you enrich the crown, you yourself are rewarded. Jamaa unasikia si malord manini. Bandito wengi wao. Yes.
Ni juu walikuwa wanatuma watu wanaenda wana conquer lands.
Wanaletea malkia. Ama letea mfalme.
Mfalme alafu anawaambia, from today you are Lord Charles C.T. Muga.
Ndio. Sasa lakini ukiangalia historia, mazee umeuza Afrika mpaka umechoka. Umepeleka wengine Caribbean, umepeleka wengine sio wapi. It was understood that was the path one followed. Loyalty and fealty was to the monarch.
Yeah.
And once you understood that, because even when you had a charter, come a British East African company, I'm a British India company, the king or the queen had to say, sawa, endelea. Hata mimi nimeweka senti kidogo, but when you come back,
unilete ABCD.
Yes, ABCD ni yangu.
We multiply by 10.
Yana EFGH ndio yako.
Yes,
so this is something that was understood. And the issue of oil in 1917 did not exist. It was not an issue. It wasn't even a concern. But remember, part of the reason why they ventured into areas around the Middle East was because of what was formerly the Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
The Ottoman Empire in its time was huge, but the British Empire in its wake, they said the sun did not never set down the British Empire.
Yeah.
Hakuna mahali on the globe you could go to without finding how jamaa alikuwa ametembelea hapa.
Na wako hapa. Si ati walikuwa wametembea, wako hapa.
Yes, but the beauty of their way of administration, they understood. The French assimilated. Wow, they ruled through your own. They didn't dismantle your process completely. No. If they knew this is the person who's considered a leader and he could play ball, carry on.
Yeah. Okay. In 2020, on this particular day, the World Health Organization officially declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. It is also in this month that our very own President Uhuru Kenyatta at the time declared the measures that he declared. Tukaanza kufungiwa watu wa Nairobi wakaambiwa kutoka Nairobi, watu wa Machakos wakaambiwa baki Machakos. Tukawekewa curfews, tukaambiwa shule zikafungwa, of course, universities, makazi, watu wakaambiwa work from home. It is also in this month that we were told you have a curfew. Usionekane nje after, was it 6 p.m? Was it 5? Hey, anyway, the point is that month in 2020 was cray. That's the first time niliona polisi wakitembea na nyaunyo wanachapa watu. Mimi nilipatana na police. I'll tell you that story one day. But I met a police officer. He wanted to whip me and I told him, do me, I do you. I'm heading home. My house is literally that gate. Do me, I do you. akacheka tu akaniambia enda. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Anyway, tupatie methali City.
We are still in the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. This particular proverb I really love. The eye does not eat the orange, but it knows it is sweet.
At the eyes?
Does not eat the orange.
Oh, okay.
But it knows it is sweet.
It's very true. You see, you even start salivating. The eye has told you, ile kitu ni tamu. It applies even in real life. You see a beautiful car, you already start getting excited.
You've seen yourself driving that car.
You see a beautiful woman, you get excited. But it also applies to the senses like you told us. Hawa watu wamekuwa kitupatia sensory methalis.
Yes,
watu ni wajanja.
Si ndio? Si kweli?
Watu ni wajanja.
Zote ukisikia tu, the senses.
Yes.
So you read, you feel, yes, it makes sense. Yes. In fact, you should hear the one for tomorrow.
Now?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay.
It'll kill the surprise, man.
I know.
Yes.
But I'm sure these guys had several methalis. But anyway, we'll hear it tomorrow.
Believe me, that one you will luckily laugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last night we played, my team Liverpool played with a team called Galatasaray.
Your team is Liverpool, isn't it?
Yes. My friend tulitandikwa 1-0.
Poleni.
Nasikia vibaya.
Paul tena.
Nasikia vibaya.
But Galatasaray is good.
They scored in the fourth or fifth minute thereabout, and that's the only goal they scored for the rest of the game. We struggled in and out, and it was really it was ugly.
I knew of Galatasaray because of one thing. There's a guy called JJ Okocha.
Yes.
A Nigerian prolific magician with the ball. He played for them.
Okay.
That's how come I knew of Galatasaray, because I used to follow JJ Okocha.
Sawa. Wakanda Nation amesema watching you guys from Empire State. Thank you guys. Is he talking about Empire State Building in the United States of America, in New York? Michael Olanda amesema good morning team RG. Well, good morning to you too, my brother. Keep it locked. We want to get into that beautiful website of ours known as radiogeneration.co.ke. In case unashangaa ni nini kiko hapo, well, you'll not only find beautiful stories there, but you will also see us. What have I just done? I have switched to something different. You will see us live and direct. So why don't you check out radiogeneration.co.ke. And the first story, for example, you will see there, apart from our very handsome faces, is MP's clear government plan to sell 15% Safaricom stake to Vodacom. Tania Wanjiku ametuandikia taarifa hii. Inasemaje? Members of Parliament have approved a government plan to sell part of its stake in Safaricom PLC to Vodacom Group, clearing the way for a transaction expected to bring in about 244 billion to support infrastructure development through the National Infrastructure Fund. The approval followed the adoption of a joint report by the National Assembly's Departmental Committees on Finance and Public Debt and Privatization, which endorsed the proposal contained in Session Paper number 3 of 2025 on the partial divestiture of Safaricom shares held by the state.
This has IMF and World Bank written all over it. This is the same nonsense they came up with when they call it structural adjustment program. The same thing, this one. Divest, sell government houses, sell government properties, sell. And where did that leave us?
Mimi hata kitu nanisumbua city ni vitu tulisikia kutoka Arnold Maliba on Monday. He was talking about the National Infrastructure Fund, where this money is actually apparently going.
He said so without providing evidence. It was just something he said.
But then again, yesterday, Mheshimiwa former Speaker, Honorable Justin B. Muturi.
The B is Bedan.
Yes. So Honorable Bidan also told us that all these manenos to do with NIF, this is the National Infrastructure Fund, what is being raised by the people who are raising questions about it, he said there are valid concerns, because again he said we need to look at the fund is not bad. National Infrastructure Fund is not a bad thing, but he said we need to interrogate and investigate the people who are pushing for it to be actualized. And he said, my friend, hapo ndio shida iko. Pesa Kenya tuko na pesa mingi sana. We know that for a fact because we read the auditors reports, or at least we hear a few things about them. We know for a fact that we have a lot of wealth in this country in terms of mineral resources because we have ministries that are in charge of those particular resources. We know we have had the AG, that is the Auditor General, telling us that we lose close to 3 billion on a daily. So Kenya has got money. What people are raising questions about is the people driving development in this country and the people in charge actually of just running this country. Yeah, and as much as I'd like to point the finger to one person, aka the president, I believe it's all of them.
All of whom?
All of the leadership. We're talking about executive, we're talking about legislature, we're also talking about judiciary, because we've also heard of corruption that is very alive in the judiciary. So tuko na shida, my friend. Tuko na shida.
And kweli for my friend. The thing is, the founders of the language we call the English language,
right,
talked about giving a dog a bad name. This government has a bad rap, and narratives have been spun that propagate that bad rap. So anything that is said that is negative about this government, the knee-jerk reaction is to believe it if it's bad.
Yeah.
Yes, we have seen funds being diverted for electoral purposes in the past. But when you say the entirety of the infrastructure fund is intended for campaign purposes, you need to provide evidence. If you say some of it might be used, I would agree and say yes. But if you're given the impression that the entire scheme is so that you have a war chest for the election, no.
Unajua hata Arnold Maliba alituambia some 2 trillion, sorry, that's what he mentioned. He said, this NIF is going to be 2 trillion that is going to be at the behest of the president. I was like, oh, okay. Then Justin Muturi yesterday told us, my friend, it's actually 5 trillion. I was like,
You see, we're juxtaposing. Why is it that we are creating a fund that has money that doesn't go to the consolidated fund?
Yeah.
His argument was that this is money that once it's outside the consolidated fund, it means the president can have direct access to it. But we have money in the consolidated fund. Emergency funds in the consolidated fund. Yes, they still have access to it.
Yeah.
So.
And you remember something else that Honorable Muturi mentioned is some of these funds are being created and being, like, the process of actually creating them is not necessarily what is provided for in the law. Na yeye mwenyewe akasema even when he was AG, he refused signing things that actually pertained to funds coming into the country because he was saying they are not being done within the legal frameworks. And you remember when he told us that he even went to the States with the president and several other officials, and even the Americans were like, bro, why are you giving us a hard time? He told them, look, there are ways we do our thing.
We have laws, man. We have a constitution. You can't tell us to do something which is outside our constitution.
Na akawambia hata nyinyi hapa kwenu mko na venye mnafanyanga vitu.
Hata sisi tuko hivyo.
So venye nyinyi mko na sisi tu pia tuko. Now akawambia, if you really want to give us this money,
follow our laws.
There is a way we can do it, but it will still be within the what?
It has to conform with the dictates of our constitution.
Right. And he also mentioned something to do with accountability. I can't remember how he framed it, but he was like, this is the only way we can assure ourselves of accountability of these particular funds. Yeah. So alitupa majina kama National Infrastructure Fund hapo ndani na funds zingine nyingi na sahau kwa sasa unless you watch your internet. So at the end of the day anyway, the point here is, City, these points are valid. And Maliba did say this. He said that this is going to be one of the biggest scandals for the Kenya Kwanza government.
Actually, I disagree with him.
I actually agree with him. If
biggest for scandals to be big, it must involve huge amounts.
Bro, 2 trillion is not huge.
No, 5 trillion is very huge.
Yes.
What I'm
actually going with Maliba's figure, 2 trillion. Of course, when we make it, when we now consider Muturi's figure, bro, this is colossal.
Before Maliba declared that he wants to vie for the position of a member of parliament of Matungu, everything that he said, Arnold does his research.
Yeah.
Arnold is not someone who just speaks carelessly. He's done his research.
Yes.
But when you come into political prophesying that this is the worst scandal we've seen in this country, then I have to ask, explain and give evidence as to why. Just mentioning figures doesn't make it the hugest scandal.
Clearly, but considering places where Arnold has worked and has served different capacities in this country.
I am familiar.
Including having worked with and for UDA, I'm inclined to believe.
Arnold,
give him at the very least benefit of doubt.
Arnold understands how the government works.
Yes.
Arnold understands statecraft. I understand all this. The point I am saying, we must insist that when somebody makes a statement of that nature, we will listen to you.
Yeah.
But we will counter it if the believability factor is anchored in the evidence that you will bring to support the facts that will support what you're saying. Statements come cheap. You can make statements.
Right.
Yes.
There's a gentleman called David Bogonko Nyokangi. Bogonko metuandikia story hapa kwa Radio Generation. Let me read it out. Now, this is what the headline says. State Law Office budget revised downwards in supplementary estimates. The Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice has revised its budget downward by 55.95 million under the supplementary estimates number, that one for financial year 2025-2026. Now, appearing before the National Assembly Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on March 10th, 2026, Solicitor General Shadrach Mose, every time I'll read this name now, I'll remember what Justin Muturi said yesterday about him. But anyway, so Solicitor General Shadrach Mose said the revised estimates will reduce the State Law Office budget from 5.386 billion to 5.33 billion. And it is someone who manages 5.3 billion in a financial year.
Remember, state law, it's not an office that is nestled in Nairobi.
Yeah.
It's across the country.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, there's an officer in this country that manages some 5.3 B.
There are officers who manage a lot more money than that.
I know. I'm just saying that wewe kwa ofisi yako umepatiwa, okay, so Mungala Mbuvi at the end of the day,
Paul, that is not in a box in a corner in somebody's office.
I know it's not being taken there in a wheelbarrow.
Yes.
All I am saying is, at the end of the day, you're in charge of that budget 12 months.
Tuongee na watu upewe hiyo kazi.
Naweza taka kupewa. I will have sleepless nights. Ndakuwa na mpu nasema leo tulitumia how much? 200 million. 200 million mpaka nauliza mulifanya nini hii pesa wase? Hebu niambieni 200, because I do not want to be in bad books with this government. With any government for that matter. Mulitumia 200 million kufanya nini? Ati mulinunua nini? Handkerchief. Na nilikuwa na homa hapo. Those are the kind of problems I'd be having. I'd even be confirming. Ati mulisema handkerchief ni how much? Mulinunua 20 bob, kuna za 15 bob, mbona mkununua hizi? That's how bad I would be. Just to prove that tunaweza kosa kuwa corrupt. Last story, Sakaja outlines how 80 billion Nairobi Development Fund, come on. Yeah, here we go. Sakaja outlines how 80 billion Nairobi Development Fund will be spent. So he has said that, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has disclosed how an additional 80 billion development package secured through a cooperation between the Nairobi City County government and the government of Kenya will be invested to address key infrastructure challenges in the capital. The announcement came a day after the governor chaired the first implementation committee meeting under the cooperation framework, bringing together principal secretaries and representatives from several ministries, departments, and agencies. So according to Sakaja, the agreement unlocks a major investment aimed at tackling long-standing gaps in sewerage, roads, water supply, energy, and waste management systems in the city. All right. let's wait and see how this pans out. I hope this means that we shall not see any more flooding, because so they'll take care of the gaps in sewerage. Then also in matters to do with waste management, sababu water supply hapa watasijua watatusaidiaje, but hapa kwa waste management hiyo ni mambo na takataka. Acha tuone itakuwa namna gani city, au sio?
Right.
Alright. Wacha tuingie katika hii kitu inaitwa traffic updates, niwaambie barabara ziko namna gani. Alafu niwaambie nini kingine. Adams Arcade inakaa iko sawa sawa for now. No complaints. But the traffic at Ring Road Kilimani ndio inakaa ni kama imezaana kidogo. Ilikuja na wajukuu wake. Junction Mall looks more or less the same. Ile roundabout ya pale not University but Valley Road and Nairobi Funeral Home today also inakaa ni kama imemultiply kidogo tu. Langata Road looking good. Southern Bypass looking okay. Gitanga Road, Dennis Pritt Road, Oloitoktok Road, kila kitu kiko sawa. Mombasa Super Highway haina shida yoyote, lakini si mnajua tu bad news ni pale Thika Road at around Pangani. Basically that place, I mean, it is what it is. If you're coming from Kiambu Road, you're heading towards Wamboi Road, yeah, it's yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean it's I mean you get it, right? All right, and then traffic starts at Kenyatta University today, and then goes all the way to this is Roysambu. Yeah, so that means that you guys are moving bumper to bumper, man, and this is poleni sana. Hata sijui nitawasaidia, lakini poleni, nikuombea tu, lakini msikize the people's breakfast. At least hapa mtapata some kind of entertainment. How's you? All right, let's check out Mombasa Road. Not Mombasa Road, but Mombasa County. Mombasa County, it's like people don't wake up early in Mombasa, right? And then the roads are just clear today, apart from a few junctions here, like any junction gani sasa hii. Hii ni pale Ronald Ngala. Hiyo ukirudi nyuma ukienda ni kama unaenda Shah Academy. Hapo ndio kuna ka traffic tu kidogo. Alafu kuna ka junction, na hii ni traffic tu ile ya watu wanangojana kwa junction. It's not really traffic. Pale Naivas Supermarket Tuda 77. Hapo tu ndio wanaona kuna ka traffic kidogo. But beyond that, imagine there's nothing. Like Mombasa is very clean at 6:32 a.m.
Give it another 30 minutes. The road will be chock-a-blocked. But look at the Kengeleni area. What's the traffic like there?
Walai Kengeleni kuko clean kabisa.
Surprising, isn't it?
Kengeleni hata sioni kitu chochote pale. Sioni hata ni kama hata hakuna gari huku. Sasa lakini mkiona kitu chochote barabarani na mnaona tufaa kujua, si mnajua tu haleta brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Daily Nation front page. Aga Khan sells stake in Nation Media Group. Sold it to a gentleman from Tanzania. He is a very wealthy person. So the Aga Khan Foundation Economic Development has entered into an agreement to sell its stake to Taarifa Limited. Taarifa Limited, nasikia huyu jamaa bwana akona pesa. Ni jamaa kutoka kule Tanzania. Now because I saw this in a WhatsApp group and the conversation was Tanzanians are buying things in Kenya.
So
it's a good thing. I mean, because I'm sure Kenyans
are buying things in Kenya.
I'm sure even Kenyans buy things in Tanzania and Uganda.
Yes, we do.
But now the conversation in the WhatsApp group that I was in, they're making it look like Tanzanians are richer than Kenyans and they have come to take over Kenya, and very soon Kenya will be Tanzania.
You hang out with strange people, don't you?
So you know me, I'm a conspiracy theorist, and
yes,
I commune with other
conspiracy theorists, like-minded individuals.
Tunakwanga kwa WhatsApp group kadhaa. Mali tunasemanga, we, umeona venye city akona nywele ya black hapa juu. Jamaa ameanza ni kama ameacha kuzeeka, ameanza kurudi nyuma. Hivyo ndivyo tunaongeanga. But yeah, so that's that. It's on page 5. Uproar over new NTSA instant fines.
What's the uproar about?
The uproar is this: regulator defense system as intended to restore sanity on the roads. Court petition suit seeks the suspension of the system, arguing it denies offenders right to fair hearing.
Fair hearing what?
Okay. some of the offenses that have been detected by these cameras include and not limited to overspeeding, for instance. So you might be caught on Mombasa Road driving at 170 kilometers per hour.
Ndani.
Si ndio? Hata aufungwi, you wana capture number plate yako alafu unatumia SMS kama C2 namba City Muga, your car KAA 222P was driving at 170, your fine is 20,000.
KRA 800V.
Ndio hiyo sasa. So now, if you do not pay that money within 7 days, some interest accrues. But coming back to getting a fair hearing, maybe City needs to explain why.
I was overspeeding.
Yes, because there could be various reasons as
when
why.
you break the law, the penalty comes into effect.
Ni sawa.
The explanation can follow later.
Ni sawa sawa. Lakini sasa unaona, by the time you're given this opportunity to have a fair hearing, you are expected to pay this fine.
Yes.
Una get?
Yes.
But you might not need even to pay it if you explain. Maybe you had an emergency. Maybe ulipigwa simu kaambiwa your house is on fire, or your wife is with another man in your bedroom, or someone in your house is choking to death and you need to come quickly and rush him to hospital. You get? Like, there are very many reasons as to why, and I'm not saying that it is okay, but I'm just saying that if a police officer were to stop you, for example, and ask you, hey, mzee, unaenda wapi? Utaambia boss, nimepigiwa simu, my house is on fire, and my child is probably inside the house, so I need to get there ASAP. You see? And the cop will be like, drive on, perhaps even escort you and help you get there even faster by opening up traffic for you. Una get? Hivyo ndivyo ninasema that perhaps hii kitu haija function, haija partner, weke hiyo kwa maanani. Aya, kitu ingine, they also check it if you're going to be wearing your seat belt. Maybe there's a reason why you're not wearing your seat belt. Maybe you're a pregnant woman and that seat belt will kusumbua hapa kwa tumbo. Or you probably have a scar or a wound that you're currently taking care of, and you putting on the seat belt is gonna, hurt that wound further.
You're really stretching it, aren't you?
No. I'm just saying.
And I'm also just saying, you're stretching it.
Because I know there are times where people cannot wear this thing.
Paul, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But when you break the law, there are consequences which you set in motion.
Right.
The explanation can come in.
Baadaye.
Yes.
Ukishafika kule kotini.
The purpose of an
instant fine.
It's a deterrent.
Right.
Okay. Yes. The argument can be, I am sorry, I was not doing 170. Yeah. I would like you to show me. Because, see, you said I was doing 170.
Yeah.
See, a picture was taken. I'd like to see it.
Okay.
They don't listen. I was stopped once at Gilgil. When you leave Naivasha, kuna mahali inaitwa Merera, there's usually a black pro box. That's where these guys with the speed gun are. I was doing 80, I know, because I was on that road often enough. The people overtook me. Gilgil Junction, you're coming from Nairobi, I'm stopped. There were around 6 policemen.
Yep.
You overspeeding? I said I was not. Nzoia Bishana, I said, Ndio, I was not overspeeding. The cars that overtook me were overspeeding. You have not stopped them. Why are you stopping me? No, you have to get to the police station. I said, I will go. To Inge, I said, Apana, you're not getting into my car. I am going to the police station. You can
Find me there.
Yes. So I sat and I waited. I was going for a funeral. A friend of mine had lost his father.
Right.
It was a Friday. I was there for 2 hours. I even asked if I could go and buy the papers. I went and bought the papers. Was reading. Then a gentleman who clearly seemed to be the boss heard him talking to the person at the desk and asked, why is this guy here? Said he told me that he was told to come here because he was overspeeding. So I said, what's the problem? I explained. I said, I told them, there's that place near Merera where you guys have a speed gun. Let's go back there and check. I was not overspeeding. So you're not overspeeding? I said, I was not overspeeding. Yes, the guy, do you have his license? Says, no, I don't have his license. I said, sir, you can go. I'd been sitting there for 2.5 hours. So, if I'm speeding, yes. It's not that I don't see your point. I do. But that's not how the law works. This policeman, but the policeman who told me to go to the station didn't come to the station. Which means, if I'd wanted, I could just have driven off. But I did not. There are times when whoever it is who applies the reading can make a mistake. There's a time they made a mistake. This time I was really overspeeding. They told me I was doing 120. I told them that is not true. I was doing 150. Yes. Because I knew. So, now the shock was, you were doing 150? I said, yes. The point I'm trying to make is, when you break the law, you have broken it, you set in motion consequences. Yes.
Aye.
You can mitigate later, but you've set in motion consequences.
Sasa ndio maana Wakenya wanataka kusema ya kwamba hivi there was no public participation because maybe they would have raised these issues. They're saying PSV operators say the concept is good but implementation is flawed. Loopholes. Lawyers say the system is prone to abuse and there is no recourse against unfairness. And then lastly, revenues. Consumer lobby wants full disclosure on deal between NTSA and Pesa Print. Yeah, so it is what it is. There you have it.
The Business Daily has the same story, but they have a different angle on it. The title is KCB Tycoons to get 42 billion from traffic fines. The people who've invested in this system, your Pesa Print and so forth, they say over a period of time, they are likely to make 120% profit.
120%.
That's when the 42 billion is coming from.
Right.
Yes.
Wow.
Over a span of 21 years.
Do I open a bank?
No, just buy shares.
Eh?
For what bank? Why? The people who already opened banks.
So I just need to invest in their banks.
Yes, invest in their banks, as you say correctly. And the Business Daily also has the story of the Akan selling off its media, Nation Media Group shares to a gentleman called Rostam Azizi. Yes. He has a friend whom we both know.
Yeah.
Called Asmali.
Rostam Azizi.
Yeah, he's Asmali's
Huyo mwenye amebuy kampuni ya Nation Media.
No. I may buy shares.
I may buy majority. 54%, my friend, is more or less just buying that whole damn thing.
No, it is not.
It is.
He's a majority shareholder,
Yeah.
but he's not bought the whole damn thing.
You see, CT,
Yes, Paul.
when you marry a woman, you go pay dowry.
Oh dear.
When you marry a woman and you pay dowry,
Yes.
this woman belongs to her mother and father. Well, she belongs to herself, but and to God.
And to the community.
And no, she doesn't belong to the community.
Oh yes, she does. She's part of that community. I am sorry.
Okay.
Please continue, Paul. You've married this woman.
Thank you.
Who is part of her family.
Right.
And you've gone to pay dowry.
Uh-huh.
Have they accepted the dowry?
They have. So you went there, they asked for whatever they asked, and you've paid. My friend, you are the majority shareholder of that entity called your wife.
You are allowed to think that way, yes.
Because, God forbid, she passes on. She's going to be buried where you decide she'd be buried. Ukisema Langata huko ndiko mtaenda.
So you think.
Let me finish. Yeah. Kama bwana, ukisema tunaenda kumzika Langata, my friend, tunaenda kumzika Langata.
You are presupposing that she doesn't have a will, or that she has a will,
Yes.
and the will says she wants to be buried in Langata.
Of course, here we are saying that she doesn't have a will. Okay? If you decide as the husband that you are doing this in your matrimonial shamba, hapo ndipo itafanyika. Sawa. What I'm just trying to say, 54% is a huge stake.
It's a majority shareholding. It is a huge stake, but it's not full ownership.
Sawa City.
You can't own another human being.
Kidi City sasa unakwanga tu problematic for nothing.
No.
The standard.
I'm just making a discussion.
The standard unasema pipeline. The truth. Fearing the Kenya pipeline. Why are they fearing? So Museveni's KPC buyout apparently. Fearing the Kenya Pipeline Company IPO would flop, President William Ruto's administration bent over backwards to secure Uganda's participation, granting Kampala sweeping influence over one of Kenya's most strategic energy assets. Uganda's national oil company emerged with a 20.15% stake. Yes, 2 board seats and veto power over the appointment of KPC's chief executive and pipeline tariffs.
Right.
Critics warn the concessions hand a foreign government unprecedented sway over Kenya's fuel lifeline, raising alarm that Nairobi may have traded energy sovereignty for a politically convenient IPO success. What are they saying? 21%. Uganda, through the Uganda National Oil Company, bought about 20.15% of KPC, making it the largest single strategic investor after the Kenyan government. Sasa niambie, kama tunasema 54% si mingi. Kama tunasema 54% si mingi, na hapo wanasema 21%, imepatia watu sweeping powers.
No. The sweeping powers were negotiated. They said on condition that we decide who is CEO. On condition. That's conditionality. Middle East conflict boosts Kenya Airways and Ethiopian Air, but hurts Rwanda Air and Air Tanzania. This is in the East African. While the war will lead to cancelled flights for flag carriers, smaller airlines will feel heavier hit. By the way, I'm beginning to understand this. Remember we had this conversation about Kenya Airways and some of its planes that were sitting some on the tarmac not doing very much. Flights to my homeland, a place called Kisumu County, have reduced. They're not regular as before. It's all every day, several times a day, several times staggered across the week. Yeah,
because I remember like in 2015, the flights were 3 in a day. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, then 1 in the evening. Yes.
That regularity is Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yes.
But what that means, there are these smaller airlines that emanate from Wilson Airport. Man, they are busy. I didn't even know, but I got to know. There is a flight that leaves Kisumu at 8:40 at night. Before it was 7 latest.
Yes.
8:40.
And this is not KQ?
No.
Okay.
From Wilson Airport.
All right.
Which means the Kenya Airways problems has given the smaller airlines more business. So because the problems in the Middle East, their planes can't fly back to their base. So Kenya Airways and Ethiopian Airline are benefiting immensely from it. Yes.
Okay.
Here. Right, let me look at something else. There's a story on B26. I just read the headline yesterday. Dilemma of Congo's war zone minerals. Okay? War zone minerals have always been an issue. There was always a story of the dirty diamonds. Why the diamonds were dirty, I don't know, but that's what they said. Diamonds that came from war-torn areas, they would say blood diamonds, meaning the diamonds may exist, but it's because shida iko mingi yeye, and as a result of that, people who traded in diamonds were warned of those particular diamonds because they said they had been acquired through the suffering of people, which diamonds are not acquired through the suffering of people. U.S. struggling to de-risk Congo's war zone minerals even after pact. Several of the short-listed assets sit in politically fraught zones to carry permitting disputes, making quick, reliable mining deals unlikely. Yes, the U.S. seems determined that it must get involved in the mineral heist that is in the DRC, but that is hitting some headwinds because why?
Why?
There is a war going on. Yes.
Okay.
Let me just read a line.
Please do.
The U.S. has made progress in its push to price Congo's strategic minerals from China's orbit, but conflict, contesting licenses, and compliance demands are still slowing Washington's advance into the region. Its rivals dominates, diplomats and industry officials have said.
Right.
The Democratic Republic of Congo, which hosts the world's largest cobalt supply and rich copper and lithium reserves, is central to the U.S. push to cut the West's reliance on China for rare minerals. So, they need the rare minerals, they get them from China. There's a DRC also has. So we can talk to DRC.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Good for them.
Ugandan taxpayers face financial strain from numerous tax. Kenyans thought they are the only ones. Total number of pending cases at the Tax Appeals Tribunal rose from 169 in 2023 year to 476 in the 2024-25, with unresolved disputes amounting to Uganda shillings 1.5 trillion, which is around 415 million Random tax assessments, mounting legal battles, and revenue shortfalls in the first half of the year 2025-2026 are set to deepen the financial pressures on tax litigation for Uganda businesses. The East African has learnt. Okay? It isn't just Kenya. Even Ugandans are having similar problems. The Gulf War is Africa's wake-up call to take control of its economic arteries. As global trade corridors come under strain, the continent's resilience will hinge on its ability to convert integration into the industrial strength. That is the East African for you.
All right. Tumemalizana na hiyo?
Mimi kuishamaliza yeye.
All right. Mimi nilikuwa sorry. Nilikuwa nataka kuangalia hapa ndani ya hili gazeti letu la The Standard newspaper pale ndani. On page 3, motorists sue NTSA for rolling out instant fines. So now, you remember we hosted a lady here from the Motorist Association a couple of months ago. Wameingia mbaya sana. So the petitioner argued that the system denies motorists the opportunity to be heard before a fine is imposed. And also, I have questions about how much money they are fining us. 5 kilometers per hour above the speed limit, it's just 3,000.
Okay.
10 kilometers above, it's just 6,000. 20 kilometers above, it's some 6,000 or almost 20,000. And then now they even take away your what is it called? Your driver's license for a period of time. You're banned from driving on the roads of Nairobi until they decide you can drive. Wanachikizi ndizo shida city nasema ziko na shida.
Why?
When you set a speed limit, let's even put it at 80 kilometers per hour.
80.
Mimi naongea kama Mkenya sasa. So umewekea watu 80. So 80 kilometers per hour, if I happen to drive, if I happen to get to the point where the camera is at, because it's not on the entire road, it's not on the entire stretch. So tufike hapo, and maybe because of a certain pothole, I had to swerve. And for me to swerve in good time, I had to increase my speed by, some 5 kilometers per hour. So I was doing 80, now I'm doing 85. Then I get in trouble for that.
Yes.
Yet, all the way from Kitengela, nimekuja kuongezea hapa Uhuru Highway. Sasa niko kwa shida.
Yes.
Unachikizi ndizo shida zingine mimi niko nazo. Hii kitu kidogo wanafaa kuconsider. Wakuwekea plus minus.
Paul, why don't you move to another country where they think the way you think?
I thought I was in that country. So this is what they're saying. Failing to display lifesaver when car stalls will attract a fine of 3,000. So if you do not put that car triangle, inawanga ni mbele ama nyuma ya gari? I think ni nyuma.
Ni nyuma, bro.
Yeah. So failing to display lifesaver when car stalls will attract a fine of 3,000, and failure to stop when waved down by a police officer in uniform will attract a fine of 5,000. What if I have not seen the cop, surely? Like, on a serious note, what if I haven't?
Then you haven't.
How will you even prove that you didn't? Mzee yani uliamua uenda kabisa, yani hata au kusoma na nilijaribu kukusomisha afande sikukuona. Au kuniona? Nilikuwa nimevaa nguo niko na mpaka reflector, au kuniona? Sasa unataka kusema mimi ni mchinga si kuanga hapo? I'm a ghost now. Like there's some anyway. Then there's a 5,000 shillings driving on pavement or a pedestrian walkway that will attract a fine of 5,000, while causing obstruction it will attract another 10,000, or rather now the full attraction will be 10,000. And then exceeding speed limit by 16 to 20 kilometers per hour above the required limit will attract a fine of 10,000, and exceeding the limit by 11 to 15 kilometers per hour will attract a fine of 3,000. So it's 11 to 15 3k, 16 to 20 my friend unatandikwa na fine ya 10,000.
How do you pay this?
So you will get an alert, I'm assuming, on your phone via maybe SMS or email. I'm not sure. It depends on how you've registered your vehicle with NTSA. So NTSA will send, I am assuming, a text to your phone and tell you, CT, you along Mombasa Road, hapa karibu na Kapa oil refineries, you are driving above the speed limit by X. Your fine is 5,000. So you need to pay that money within 7 days of that instant fine.
This implementation is going to be tricky.
It is. So once you
what
7 days.
What is in mind?
Hold on, we'll get to that. So 7 days from wakati offense ilifanyika. Uende ulipe at KCB. This is now you find a KCB branch. There's an account number.
So the police stations will have a KCB branch?
No, it is you, the driver, or the offender, go to KCB, find a branch, pay. Then I don't know, produce that thing at NTSA or something.
What do I tell KCB? I've come here to pay a fine.
Hey, unaambiwa enda teller number 22. No, chukua ticket number. You take ticket number. Then you wait for ticket number E501F. Counter number 5. You go to counter number 5. You pay your instant fine. You provide them with the SMS that you received or the email or whatever it is. Here, I've come to pay this fine. You pay, then I don't know how you tell NTSA you have paid. Because if you don't pay that within 7 days, my friend, iko shida. But you've asked a very good question. What if I'm not the one who was driving this vehicle? What happens?
Yes, what if it's not, even the vehicle you're driving isn't yours?
Right. Mwenye gari ndiye atalipa. Alafu yeye akwambie CT, bwana nimetumua bill hapa ya 10,000, nasikia ulikuwa unaendesha gari at 150 kilometers per hour on Waiyaki way. Hizi ni gani? Namwambia hizo, anakuambia nimelipa, nirudishie pesa yangu. But now you as Mungala Mbuvi, if you decide you're not going to pay CT will have to pay that fine or will get arrested. Okay? Aya. Another situation that will occur here. There are vehicles coming from Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and other countries, Ethiopia. How are we going to find those vehicles?
What about those number plates, the South Sudan?
Exactly.
Yes. What about those ones?
Kuna wa Kenya.
Or the East African community.
Bas. Kuna watu wanaendeshanga magari ambayo haina number plate ya Kenya. Aya. Number 2.
What about the UN number plate fillers?
They will sort that out. UN, I thought they are above the law.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
See, they have diplomatic immunity.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Diplomatic immunity doesn't mean you go breaking the laws of the country willy-nilly because you work for them. No.
Aya. Let's say I have bought this car from City Muga. Okay? So I bought this car last week from City. But we have not finished the registration maneno. So this car is still in City's name. So what happens?
City will pay the fine and come for you.
Okay, I don't know how they're going to implement this, but the cases in court because of these things zitakuwa mingi sana.
I think you see you are right about the public participation. With public participation, there are many things that would have come out.
Right.
Well, why did you insist on doing things this way?
Someone even asked, said, what if the what is this thing called? The seat belt. Ile nguo nimevaa leo na seat belt ni the same color.
What if? What if? That seat belt ni chafu.
Sasa kamera ikapche movie hajavaa seat belt. Si ndio? Mimi nikaa hivi niona tu fine inaingia hapa. 5,000 shillings because you have not worn a seat belt. And I'm like, guys, come on. I was wearing one. Then we go, because I've seen the pictures that are being taken by these cameras. Those things are hazy as God knows what. You really can't even tell whether I was the one driving, whether it was my daughter, or it was some random person who stole my vehicle. What if my car is stolen? Then the thieves decide to drive at 200 kilometers per hour.
You'll pay the fine.
Bwana. Si tu ndo mazizi shida maliziko. Ndio nakwambia kitu ni ngori. Hii kitu ni ngori mtu wangu. Itabidi wameongea na sisi tuambie.
Ngori is what?
Ngori is bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Big shout out to the Real SC. Amesema toddlers have child seats and it's mandatory. Okay. Polite tall guy. Good morning, beautiful people. I'm from Nakuru. Well, polite tall guy. Good stuff. Real SC. Good morning, fam. Me na so too. It might where? So. The Real SC saying you guys are overthinking. Camera tickets is a common thing here in the States and also in Singapore. Also, wearing seatbelts is mandatory and police have to wear body cameras. All right, the Real SC. Thank you. Ngondi Nyakunde mesema Aki people we will what? We will follow laws seriously. Okay. Peter anasema, good morning great people. How are they to deal with boda riding on pavements and those on the wrong lane? Good questions. I shall be checking out more of your comments shortly. Right now though, here's the news.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has announced emergency measures to help communities affected by floods after heavy rains hit several parts of the country on March 6th and 7th. In a statement on Tuesday, government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura said the response is being coordinated by a multi-agency emergency team bringing together national and county government agencies. He said the government has introduced several measures to support affected families and boost rescue and relief operations.
Public advisory, the government urges citizens to cooperate with response teams and observe the following safety measures. 1. Move to higher ground immediately if water levels rise and contact 999 on your Nyumba Kumi or your Nyumba Kumi leader. Let me repeat that. Move to higher grounds immediately if water levels rise and contact 999 or your Nyumba Kumi leader. Number 2, report power faults or fallen lines to KPLC.
Residents living near Lariak Forest in Laikipia West are raising concern over increased elephant attacks in the area. They say the animals have been destroying farms and threatening their safety. The residents have now staged protest, calling on the government to take urgent action to control the elephants and protect their livelihoods.
Mchezo imekuwa hapa ni hide and seek. Tukikufukuzana ndovu usiku wote. Sasa ukiona wakaaji wa hapa wajalala usiku wote ni kwa sababu tunachida tukichunga mashamba yetu. Zimefika mahali mpaka tunaona hata sisi zitatumaliza. Tunataka kuelewa watoto wetu ni shule wataenda ama ni namna gani? Kwa sababu ikifika asubuhi ndovu ziko kwa barabara na uwezi achilia mtoto aende apatane na ndovu kwa barabara. Kwa hivyo tunataka Minister CS Rebecca Miano akuje kwa ground. Aone ile shida tuko nayo hapa. Kwa sababu kila wakati tukiita watu wa KWS wanakuja wanapiga picha.
Police in Athi River, Machakos County are investigating an attack that left several people injured and property destroyed. Athi River South Sub-County Police Commander David Kandie says 7 suspects have been arrested following the incident which happened early Sunday morning. During the attack, a bulldozer and a bus were burned, several houses were demolished, and a number of people suffered serious injuries. Several villages in Transmara Narok County are in distress after 15 young men were reportedly lured to join the Russia-Ukraine war. This comes just days after similar reports from villages in Gatundu, where dozens of men are also said to have disappeared after traveling to Russia to fight. Meanwhile, a family in Kisii County has held a symbolic burial for their son after losing hope of ever receiving his body. Clinton Nyapara, Kenyan, believed to have died in Donetsk, Ukraine, after joining the Russia army last year.
Badala ya huyu mtoto kupotea hivyo kama nyang'au ama kama afisi ama mnyama mwitu, wacha huyu mtu uendelee kuwa katika lugha ya Kikisii ama jamii ya Kikisii, itakuwa ni kuchulisa wale waliomo ya kwamba aliacha uzao wake.
The deportation and forcibly transfer of Ukrainian children to Russia constitutes a crime against humanity and a war crime, the UN has said. A new report by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine says Russian authorities at the highest level, have deported thousands of children from the occupied areas of Ukraine. Ukraine says almost 20,000 children have illegally sent to Russia and Belarus. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
As the home awakens, feel the grace of cool, elegant tiles beneath your feet, a peaceful start to your suhoor designed for serenity.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi on the People's Breakfast. Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. You can also find us on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Before I introduce our guest for this hour, good morning Peter, good morning 2.0. Anasema lakini nini husumbua wa Kenya? Those fines by NTSA should even be higher. When the people down the roads, you're right by the way, you accuse Gava of not doing a thing. Captives of negativity, always saying negativity everywhere.
Point.
Right.
Point.
Ibrahim anasema, what if the number is no longer registered with me? What if the number plate that you have captured? George Buyu, good morning Paul and City. There's so much going on right now, hoping for an interesting show, especially on the interview with Governor Natembeya. What's their beef with senators and their committees? Well, George, tutamuliza akifika. Alafu kunaye Douglas Kibogong amesema everything has some exceptions. We are used to instant fines in this part of the world. Santa tena sana. Well, that is where we come to a close as far as those comments are concerned, but keep on sending them. Tutaendelea kuzisoma. Right now we are hosting Sungu Oyo. Sungu amekuwa hapa before and Sungu ni mtu ambaye anakuanga na mambo mengi sana ya kusema. Acha nikwambie Sungu ni nani. He is the national spokesperson kongamano la mapinduzi and he is a presidential candidate for 2027. Mr. Oyo, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Asante sana, it's nice to be back.
Yes, the last time you were here, I really loved our conversation. You articulated some of the issues that are facing this country quite well. And I felt that, you know what, you actually deserve a chance. Kenyans should consider people like yourself, when it comes to governance and other issues pertaining to leadership. Ausio. Now, just to get back on track as far as your presidential candidacy is concerned, umefikia wapi? Chama iko namna gani? Umecollect pesa ngapi? Umeongea na Wakenya wote ama umeongea na counties gani na ni gani zimebaki?
Campaign inaendelea vyema. Tumeweza kuongea na Wakenya, especially vijana in Nairobi, in Kajiado, in Machakos, in Kisumu and a number of counties. Hatujaweza kufika zote.
Right.
As I stated last time, we are still firmly within Ukweli Party, but we've also had our tribulations on that front. Because as you might be aware, there's been an attempt to deregister the party by the Registrar of Political Parties, and we are currently before the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. I think it's one of the ways in which the regime is stifling these small parties which they see as potential political homes for young Kenyans.
When you say deregister, what are the grounds for this deregistration by the ORPP?
The ORPP has issued a number of grounds, which of course the party has complied with. Kuna operationalizing offices across the country in at least 14 counties.
14?
Yes.
Was it 14 or 21?
24.
24, sorry, yes.
You need to have a minimum in 24 counties offices. Membership. They've also said we lack enough membership, though it is them who've expunged the membership from our party register on their side. And lastly, it's the question of party colors. As you are aware, the Ukweli party colors are yellow and green, which are the party colors of UDA.
All right.
And so, but Ukweli has been in existence for 10 years, much longer.
Than
but
UDA.
The registrar is trying to say that those are UDA colors. So it's just the office of the registrar being used in a bad way against the party and to stifle the democratic space.
Hold on. So they're saying that you guys share party colors, or rather, you have similar colors to UDA.
Yes.
Yet, according to you, it is UDA who have got similar colors to you.
Of course.
Now, does he understand that? Because we hosted John Cox here, the ORPP, actually the registrar of political parties himself, and he sounds like a reasonable person.
I mean, that's why we are currently before the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, because all previous communication between the party secretariat and the ORPP seems not to have been taken into account before this decision was arrived at. And the last hearing was this week on Monday, the mention of the case at the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, and it will be coming up for mention again on the 30th of this month. At 2:30 p.m. in Milimani Law Courts.
Now, in terms of your offices in 24 counties, do you have them, or what was the question about the offices? Is it that they're not manned, they don't exist, or they're not in 24 counties? What is the issue?
According to the ORPP, those offices are not existent, but we who are in the party and we who are part of the structures of the party know that the party branches exist and that they have membership. And so we are compliant with the provisions of the Political Parties Act.
Because how are they supposed to verify, by the way? Does the ORPP go to all these counties and check, okay, chama ya Ukweli walisema wako Moi Avenue, for example, tumeconfirm ofisi yao ndio hii. Wanaenda Kitui County, wanafika pale Kitui Town, wanasema okay, mlisema ofisi yenu iko kule roundabout fulani, wana confirm iko. Is that how it happens? Ama you're the one who tell them, who tells them, like, look, we are in Mombasa County, for example, tuko pale Likoni Ferry. Mkienda Diani mtatupata pale Ukunda. Is that how does it happen?
That's actually how it happens.
Okay.
In that they have a list of our party offices and branches, and from time to time they do inspections. So I remember last year I was present at the inspection on our party headquarters. They say on such and such a date we will pay you a visit at such and such a time, approximate time, and they come.
Okay.
They've only asked to visit our party headquarters, hawajatuuliza to visit our branches to ascertain their existence. I think they just woke up na wakasema au vijana wakai kwa branches. Ndio.
Waliona madredi zako kasema
hatujajipanga.
It's funny, but it's not funny, because you've also said that you're accusing the ORPP of stifling small parties. Why do you think he, or the office rather, would be doing that? Yet from where I sit, there are bigger fish to fry as far as bigger parties are concerned.
Yes, there is the big parties, but I think one of the threats that the small parties pose at this particular juncture on the political landscape is that a lot of people are unsure where a majority of these young people, especially those who've registered to vote, will go, and they are more likely to resonate with these parties where they see other young people either at the leadership or pursuing seats through these parties.
Okay.
And I don't think this is an attack limited to Ukweli Party. The attack on Ukweli Party is just the beginning.
All right.
And if this passes, the legal precedent it will set will mean that there is likely to be deregistration of many other small parties, so that Kenyans can be herded into a particular set of parties, like have predetermined choices presented to them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you actually believe this is the trajectory they're taking?
Within our party structures, we've discussed it, and that is the conclusion we've arrived at.
Norma. You ni norma. Because, that coming from you, especially as a party leader, it should be given the weight that it deserves. But anyway.
By the way, some of these things that relate to power, nobody gives them to you. It is a fight. You're always fighting. It's really not complicated. When you're told you have rights, it doesn't mean you just sit in a bucket and the rights just follow you. Rights become rights when you apply them, and the application of rights means you're fighting for them. If you don't do that, the powers that fight against these rights will win. If you look at the liberations we've had in this country, every time we've had a situation where we ask when the rain started beating us, it starts when we achieve what we wanted, but we don't fight to maintain it. So we regress. And then when you really regress, you wonder, what? I mean, what happened? We regressed. Remember, when you have a change, those who maintain the status quo don't go away. They're there. They've just been overtaken by events. And if they find that those who fought for change aren't fighting to maintain the change, they'll just quietly creep back and get into the position they were in before.
Yeah. You know, and but I wish you all the best as far as this fight is concerned. Unaona light at the end of the tunnel?
There's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel, actually before the end of the tunnel. Okay. In that young people are more and more thinking about how to organize themselves politically. Tulikuwa kwa street, na sahi mali tumefikia the political avenue is one of the avenues available to us, and I'm really hopeful. Na pia nitaomba tu vijana wachukue kura, so that is what will help us actualize this dream and this journey.
Now that you're here, actually, this is a question I asked Honorable Martha Karua, I asked Honorable Justin Muturi, I asked several other leaders who have sat where you are sitting right now, and the question is this: young people, I thought I would see a significant shift, especially in the by-elections that were held last year and the ones that were held, I think, a week or two ago.
Yeah.
But I do not feel the might of the young people as far as our elections, our politics is concerned anymore. Is the momentum dead from 2024 and 2025? Or has something changed? Has something shifted? Are they now afraid? Like, according to you, what do you think the issue is? Because me nilikuwa nina expect perhaps during those two by-elections I've mentioned, UDA ingeangushwa properly, because UDA is obviously associated with President Ruto, and he is the party leader of UDA. So nilikuwa nadhani anything to do with UDA and President Ruto, Gen Z and other young people wangeangusha, but sioni.
Hiyo ni ukweli. I think the first slight on the side of young people inatokea ile pande not enough young people have registered to vote.
Okay.
Hiyo ndio the biggest weakness iko among the voting bloc that can be considered as young people. But beyond that, tuko na group ingine which even in the last election did not vote. Over 8 million Kenyans did not vote in the last election. And I think for a lot of young people in this country, they've grown up in this country, they've watched the political processes and whatnot, and quite a lot of them recognize the fact that multi-party dispensations do not necessarily equate to democratic outcomes.
Okay.
Sasa wakiona ni kama wanaenda kupangwa, wanaangalia tu. Ndio maana wakiona mambo ya kura, a lot of them are still shying away. But what we need to do is to register en masse such that hata kama itaibiwa, you know, there's a level of registration and a level of turnout. Yenye hatu kijaribu kuiba, it becomes really difficult. And so I think for us it's to continue engaging in civic processes, processes of registering to vote, but beyond that also creating processes within society which enable young people to know exactly why we are going to vote and why as a generation this electoral path is of importance to us. Lakini sisi ultimate objective yetu bado huwa imebaki ni must go.
Yeah, but you see, all this must go and one term is not going to be actualized just by sloganeering and saying it. Yes, we can shout it all we want, but when people actually do not actualize it through the ballot, then it will remain just that, a chant.
Definitely. Which is why we have been engaging in these processes of voter registration and encouraging young people to vote. In as much as we continue
if you're encouraging them and they're still not registering, then the encouragement isn't working, is it?
I think it is working.
Where is it working exactly?
I think it is working kwa sababu bado tuko na time ya kuregister, and that is not to cut slack for young people.
Hebu nikuulize, it is said of your generation that you don't like to get married. Why is that so?
I think
I'm talking about the men, not the women.
Only the men.
I'm referring to men.
So the women are marrying themselves?
I cannot talk of the species I don't fully understand. Okay. I'm a man. So I'm talking about wale ambao mimi naelewa.
Our city, yes. I'm sorry.
I think ni a combination of factors. There is no singular factor behind it. One, it might arise out of how my generation's outlook of the world or our worldview.
What is your worldview?
Politically, I'm a socialist, but I'll first answer your question.
I think he was asking socially, but continue.
Socially. Okay, I'll get to it. But beyond that, Pia, I think economic situation in this country has really become tough. Kuna watu wengi wanaona, for example, the process of bringing up children as an expensive venture, and it is expensive, and they're running away from it.
You think it was cheaper when your parents brought you up?
Not really. But the world has also changed in significant ways.
And you think when your parents were young, the world had not changed for them?
It was changing.
Was it the world of their parents?
But Ruto had not appeared on the scene.
Continue. I'm so sorry.
Ruto had not appeared on the scene. But I think what we see with this generation is people marrying much later in age. For example, for those who get married, most of them at least, like when I look at my friends in their 30s, my parents were married in the 20s.
So what is it then that makes them marry in their 30s? They feel they're more economically stable?
Maybe could be that pursuit to feel more economically stable, but I think beyond that, it's a combination of factors, which is why I said there's no singular factor. Kuna wale wanataka kurudi shule, kuna watu wanaangalia career progression.
So going back to school prevents you from getting married?
Not really. There's people whose social outlook of the world and how they view being single as being okay. And so wanabaki tu single.
Why don't you just say mnapenda sherehe na hii mambo ya kuoa inaleta shida, inakuwekea vikwazo?
Sherehe pia vijana wanapenda. Sherehe na inapigwa. Lazima sherehe pia inapigwa.
Mnaipiga na bidii, lakini nyinyi watu mnaipiga na bidii. There's a reason why I'm asking this social question. The human beings always have a reason for doing what they do. Okay? The understanding and the narrative has been that the younger populations of this country do not see why they should vote. And they cite very many issues. Oh, votes get stolen. The government will do this. The government do that. So if you were to sell a narrative that would not just guarantee, but would point the would-be young voter to the understanding that their participation is what will bring about the changes they want, and that their non-participation guarantees that the status quo which they are fighting against will also retain itself. The thinking of the thought behind this communication. Do you think that if young people understood and were convinced that their active participation would actually bring about the changes they want, do you think they would actually register and then also vote? Because they can register and not vote. We have the 8 million figure we keep throwing around because those are people who are registered.
Yeah.
But they did not vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there really is need to engage in more thorough formats of civic and political education, because our young people will have to move from an instinctive to a rational understanding of oppression. And as we all know, it is the people who create history. the clash that we have with the system and the clash that generations before us have had has been a clash between two forces that are diametrically opposed to each other. On one side we have the oppressed, on the other side we have the oppressor. The only logical conclusion of that struggle is a clash between those forces which results in a victory of the oppressed. In this instance, our generation is among what can broadly be classified as the oppressed in Kenya. They lack opportunity, etc. in this country. And so the only thing I can tell young people is that the only way we can achieve victory is to immerse ourselves wholesomely in this process, the electoral process, register as voters, but go beyond that, like City mentioned. Actually come out to vote, but most importantly, safeguard the votes. Tulinde kura, kwa sababu kupiga kura is not the end of the voting process.
Yeah.
We go beyond that na tuweze kulinda kura. But I think there is still much more to be done in terms of the educational processes in the social sphere.
Do young people actually believe they can bring about change?
Definitely. That's why they were on the street.
Oh, no. That was just extended sherehe. Yes, it was.
What do you mean, City?
Let me explain to you what I mean by it was extended sherehe. When you protest and you're having a good time about it, it's something that is appealing.
City, they didn't have a good time. People died.
No. They died later. When it started, nobody died. There was music. It was a carnival. If I was out of the country and I was seeing this on TV and it was make-believe, tell me, is that not what was happening at the beginning? The killings came much later. It wasn't immediate. The protests were very peaceful. There was music being played. People were marching. It was about the finance bill. That's it. There was no Ruto must go. There was nothing. Just this finance bill out. Then it turned. Now, there's a point I'm trying to make here. What the young protesters manifested, the novelty of it was so impactful that the entire world took notice. Just the way they went about it, the music, the marching, the whole world. I know this how, because there's a rapporteur for youth for the UN who came to Kenya. I know how because we interviewed this person and they told us they've come to Kenya to study this thing that the Kenyans are doing. It was unique. It was utterly peaceful. Shopkeepers did not shut their shops. In fact, they were distributing free water. Nobody felt threatened. There was no tension in the air. They were merely filling the streets and protesting. Rex Masai got shot. Then suddenly, this whole thing just, as we watched, it changed. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this. When you have an idea of what it is you want to do, and you go about it in the way that resonates with you, when the government reacts and somebody is shot, it means the message has been heard. It means you're having an impact. You may not think so, but you are. Because if you are not, you'd be ignored. That there was a need to interfere with it, and that there was a need for chaos to be introduced into it, it means it was noticed and it was having an impact and somebody needed to interfere with it.
Of course, it had great impact because, what we saw in June 2024 especially, Lenin reminds us that there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happen. In June of 2024, we saw decades happening right before our eyes.
I agree with you.
The process was very peaceful.
Extremely.
And it was because we had come to demand for a fundamental change in society, in opposition to the high taxes. We simply wanted to live dignified lives. That's why young Kenyans came out on the street. When the system refused to listen to young people, that is when, at a strategic level, the protest demands escalated to Ruto must go. In saying that Ruto must go, they were saying that Ruto and all the institutions and all the individuals who represent him, who are part of this mess that we are in, should go. It was not really an extended sherehe. I would call it a festival of freedom, if we are to put it somewhere close to that. Because this process was peaceful, quite organized. there was no fear in town like we see nowadays whenever there is protest, because once the state unleashed the conveyor belts of violence, once the state unleashed its violence on those who were on the street, and especially after Rex Masai, on the day Rex Masai lay dead, because he was the first martyr of the political process that this generation had brought to life and thrust upon society, especially after the killing of Rex Masai and the escalation of violence. That's when things got more tense. And then later on with the introduction of goons, which have now become almost a permanent phenomenon
they've been institutionalized.
Yes, yes. They are now institutionalized, and which is also a sign of how the next election might play out. I think we are really joking with something which can turn into a powder keg and really explode right before us. But the saddest part is that the state and a lot of people within government who are themselves to a huge extent responsible for the lack of opportunity that Kenyan youth find themselves in are the same people hiring young Kenyans and paying them 500 or 1,000 shillings to disrupt processes which should be part of the to disrupt ongoing processes which should be part of the process of social development and political engagement.
So you speak as though the young people who are approached and then brought into the fold of politicians are victims.
Majority of them are.
How are they victims exactly?
They are victims of economic violence. So, for example, I live in an informal settlement in Nairobi. I have studied to Form 4, probably have a diploma. I am seated at home. There is no opportunities for me. I am already a victim of economic violence. Nimefungiwa nyumba. Labda sina pesa ya kukula.
Bibi amekuacha.
Bibi hadi ameniacha na amekimbia na mtoto ama watoto. Na nimekuja nimepewa 500 ama 1,000. It is more easier for me to get tempted into taking that money and even acting against other young people, as opposed to ningekuwa comfortable and I'm settled, which is why I say a majority of them are also victims of economic violence, because there is just not enough opportunity for them within this economy to sustain them.
The point I'm making is we can't keep making excuses. The problem that puts them in that position, they not only encourage it, but they further it when they accept that 500 and 1,000. This path of change is never, there's no time it is easy. The people who are disadvantaged are the ones who must understand that the clarion call for change affects them just as much as those whom they think are advantaged. You know why? If from amongst the ranks of the young people you have the strongest opposition, then it means whatever the young people are planning will be stillborn. It won't go far, because your opposition will be from among your own, not from anybody else. And they may not even be violent, but they will oppose it. The understanding of getting every person who considers themselves young to understand that this change you're speaking of, there'll be some changes and benefits which are immediate, but the vast majority of them will come gradually over time, but they will come. And the only way they come and the only way they are affected or effected is when there is an element of unity. In the absence of that, the status quo that leads to that disadvantage that they have will not move. In fact, it will get worse, not better.
You have nailed it on the head, which is why one of the major problems or major challenges that this generation faces is lack of organization. Because the easiest way to unite is behind an idea or an organization. In this case, potential political vehicles, organizations like Ukweli Party, which have been now engaging in processes of political education and trying to unify the youth, are the ones which are now being deregistered. How do we arrive at unity? For instance, within Ukweli Party, we had started engaging in processes of political education, which we have been engaging young people on. And political education basically is to move us from an instinctive to a rational understanding of oppression. For example, najua I have the right to health. That's at an instinctive level. Nilisikia ama nimesoma katiba. At a rational level, you arrive at a rational level the day unaenda hospitali, ndio you have the right to health, but doctors are on strike. That is the day you know, okay, this right kumekuwa tricky, or there is no medicine. And then political education enables you to start asking, where are the doctors on strike? Why is there no medicine? At a structural level, what is behind this? Na tulikuwa tunabonga na vijana. Tumezunguka hii Nairobi sana, but hatukuwa tumefika hapo. Na tayari tushavurugwa. Kwa sababu ile chama ambayo tulikuwa tunazunguka nayo, tukijaribu kuelezea this need for unity, ndio hii tena tumepelekwa court. The whole of this year since January, we have been in court. So hata kama ile progress tungekuwa tumemake in 2024 has been curtailed because we are fighting for the survival of our political home.
Do you know what is actually happening to you? Forget the fighting.
Yes.
Let me start with the sherehe and why I call it extended sherehe. Sherehe isn't just feel good. It's a process by which you express yourself. And let me tell you, what I am calling sherehe is one of the most impactful ways of protesting that I've ever seen. How you measure it is how the state responds. The state responds more or less the same when they respond to the Sufuria demonstrations. Meaning they understood what was happening. They actually understood and realized this is actually change. People like Mahatma Gandhi, people like Mandela, who advocated for non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi was not jailed. But my friend, that guy got beaten. There are people who are purveyors of violence. They always are. But those who protest peacefully tend to win. There are cases where you have revolutions like the ones in Latin America, which are violent. And usually it's because they have a violent state. They have a violent executive that they are fighting. Because those people begin with the violence, they realize these ones, the only way you're going to get these people out is by kicking them out. Let's not take it too far. Uganda, around the corner here. Rwanda, just around the corner here. The people who are in power did not begin by being elected. They shot their way into power. Okay? Why? Because the person who was there was a different kind of person. That isn't our history. We have a 2010 constitution which you all celebrate. I'm listening to you talk. That is exactly what the likes of Akinorengo and Raila and Gitobu Imanyara and Koigi and that whole lot, Mwachov, all that lot, Abuya, George Anyona, that whole lot of people, though that is precisely what they endured. It's just that in those days you could be detained. You could be jailed. Its history looks like it's a long way off. But that's exactly what happened. Did young people die? Oh, yes, they did. Were people jailed? Oh, yes, they were jailed. Were people detained? Some were even detained and forgotten. Simply because those who are in power enjoy what they have. Change means you're denying them what they would like to continue maintaining. So anybody who's asking for change is in direct opposition to what it is that they have accustomed themselves to liking and to being in. Now, it's just the status quo. It's just the way of change. It is always resisted. And when you think that it is unusual for the resistance, that's when you misunderstand it. It will be resisted. People do not give up power, because when people accept change, what they understand is that they are ceding power, and they do not get power so that they can cede it. People get power so that they can maintain it, and they will do everything within their means to maintain it. Now, what is not seen clearly, and what is the big change from the so-called second liberation, is that we now have a constitution. It may have been interfered with, but we have a constitution. Believe me, this constitution is huge, because it is on the basis and on the foundation of this constitution that we challenge things. Someone says something, we go back to the constitution. And you find even the state pausing, because they say this, people go to court. The court says, nullify this. Uhuru epitomizes and says, guys, what do you want me to do? Okay, we are trying to do this. People take him to court. So anyone who thinks that all is lost doesn't understand. In fact, we are making far more progress than people realize, because you don't, progress is not like a chicken running ahead of you, so you don't see it fluttering and moving. But change occurs when you find, and it's in the, We call them small wins. You find, for instance, you look at a party like ODM, and you look at the issues that are rising. Oh, those are good things. It's a shake-up that will either stabilize that party and make it very, very strong, or it will tear it asunder. Now, those of you who are fighting for the change that you people are fighting for, don't be fooled for a single second that you're not making change, or you're making a lot of progress. But from among you, there'll be business people who know that this is an opportunity to make business, this is an opportunity to bargain with. You have to be fully aware of the ecosystem you're in and everything that is happening at the same time. This isn't a sprint. This is a marathon.
Oyo, before we get into a different topic, do you want to say something in regards to that?
Yes.
Right.
I think, yes, we recognize that struggle is not an electric switch. We do not having a switch on the wall and flicking it and the lights are on and we have won. It is a protracted process. And that in this process, there will be those who will betray us. There will be those who will stick on firmly on the path. But I think the most important thing for us at this particular moment in time is to stay single-handedly focused on our goal. And our goal is to birth a new republic, to birth a new Kenya that can, at the very minimum, guarantee us justice, at the very minimum, guarantee us dignity. And we are aware, just like City mentioned, that there'll be a lot of hurdles in this process. But I think it is our persistence, our perseverance, and sorry, and staying focused on the goal that will ultimately get us there. But yes, we will create a new Kenya that respects us as human beings.
One way or another, Asio.
Indeed.
On Friday, we had heavy rains and it really flooded Nairobi County. I don't know, where were you?
I was in the CBD. I just left a meeting, which ended around 6 p.m. The rain started raining towards the end of that meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you caught up in the chaos, in the mess?
Yes, I couldn't leave town until slightly after midnight last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't leave up until midnight?
Yes. Because there was a very huge traffic gridlock across most of town. But also beyond that, it was impossible to move out. The rain was so much, and quite a lot of the majority of the roads were actually flooded. Yeah.
You know what? I was just watching news since that day, and then as you know, the days have progressed. Yesterday, actually, I think I saw sijui Kwangani area gani, but there's a company walisema they don't see themselves operating up until perhaps June, because they're saying their machines have been flooded and they need serious repairs. Others will actually need replacement. I saw mothers saying that they do not have places to live in because their mattresses have been soaked. Imagine anuka kama sewage. When you see that as a presidential aspirant, where does your mind take you?
First of all, it's just to offer condolences to the families of all those who we have lost, especially this past week, because there is nothing more sacred than the sanctity of human life. Na Kenya mali imefika, it's like death is lacking in every corner. Kama uliwi na floods, basi umeuliwa na road accident kama vile tuliona jana Busia. Kama si road accident, we ni mgonjwa, umeenda hospitali, shaifanyi umeamua kupanga maandamano ndio for better healthcare. Umepigwa risasi na polisi. Like death can approach you from any direction, and being Kenyan at this time is almost like being condemned to death in the prison system.
Really?
But yes, but floods were not invented last week. Floods are not manufactured in industrial area. Floods arise out of rainfall that can be predicted and measures taken to mitigate the outcome. Kwa sababu hata hii mvua meteorological walikuwa wamesema kutanyesha. over the past years, there's been a lot of studies saying the rainfall patterns and weather patterns are changing, and we should be more prepared for
flash floods and other kinds of calamities. Yes,
but I think we are just in a general state of unpreparedness at a very basic level. Nairobi County, especially, and many other parts of Kenya, have no capacity to deal with floods.
Before we
incompetence.
Yeah. As we go on with the floods, did you see that accident in Busia?
No, I did not.
It was a freak accident. A family member was hit on the road. I think alichotona nduthi ama kitu kama yamani, alichotona lori fulani hapo, I don't know, but someone died on the road. Then the family were told, we mtu wenu pale kwa barabara amegongwa. They all left the house to go and witness this freak thing that had happened. Then a lorry came, lost accident, and wiped the remaining family members. Like in a period, in a short instance of less than 20 minutes, a family of 6 just disappeared.
And 15 killed in total.
Yeah. That's how freakish that accident was. Lorry likanyanga watu hapo wote ikapita na wao. Anyway, you were saying, and that's why when you were saying it's like death can come from any direction, I actually feel you on that. Yeah. So you know, you were saying that we can predict floods, we can predict landslides because we know the areas where these things can happen. But here we are having governments, whether it's the national government or the county government, in Nairobi, not just in Nairobi as well, but Homa Bay pia kulikuwa kuna flood. When we see these kinds of things, and yet, like you've said, it can be predicted, what does it say about us and the way we just prepare for issues and disasters?
I think it shows a high level of disorganization, and if it is not disorganization, then it is disinterest. You remember when officials of Nairobi County appeared, there's this clip that's been circulating again online before the Senate, and Sifuna asked the disaster person what their qualification was, and their qualification was in theology.
Yeah.
And these are the
one of them.
Yes.
Someone had a different qualification, which also wasn't in line with the skills
with disaster preparedness. I think we really we are taking certain processes that are critical to society for a joke. Kwa sababu if disasters can be predicted, but those supposed to handle them are not qualified, then they cannot put in place measures. But I think beyond that, there's been, over the decades, a huge underinvestment in flood mitigation infrastructure. Na sisemi 40 billion Sakaja alikuwa anasema, because he just pulled that figure out of thin air. He's just pulling figures when asked how much Nairobi needs to deal with this.
Think so?
To deal with this problem, because one, they've not shown us the study they did to arrive at that figure.
Okay,
they just threw a figure around, but there should be a comprehensive process of us knowing, for example, how we are going to dredge these rivers to make them deeper, such that they can carry more water. We have water holes in this city, like Nairobi Dam, which is heavily silted. If you dredge it, you can increase its capacity to at least hold some water for some time.
Actually,
then that flows out.
Honorable Babu, actually said what you're saying right now. He said we need to make these rivers deeper.
Yeah. But even at the most basic level, even the drainage system next to the roads, a lot of them are clogged. Riparian reserves in this city are not respected at all, because anyone who has some money can pay City Hall an amount, and their building plan is approved, even if it encroaches on the river. Look at areas like Parklands, Kilimani. And when demolitions are done, most of the time, they mostly target low-income settlements. But then there's especially middle class and rich parts of Nairobi are usually left out of this demolition equation.
Nature, however, is not that forgiving. No. We've had floods. People who built in riparian land in Runda suddenly found they were living in a lake.
Yes.
House submerged, not flood, submerged. With these rains and others, we've seen similar things happening. This road, what do they call, the bypasses that we have?
The eastern, the northern, and the southern, yeah.
Prior to them being built, there were people who had built on road reserves along those pathways.
Yes.
And it was assumed that nothing could be done. Oh, those houses got demolished, all right. There was a hue and cry.
I remember when Raila was Minister of Roads.
Yes. Oh, there was and it didn't just stop there. Even in those parts of Runda, people who had built on road reserves. You see, if the road reserve is for, say, a highway, it will not be 50 or 60 meters. It will be probably 120 meters. So it's a lot of land. There are those who assume that impunity is something permanent. It is not. It is somebody choosing to break the law and believing they can get away with it. The time always comes, not it might come, it always comes when that change that people have sought arrives. And those who broke the law normally pay a very steep price. They will complain. By that time, they're probably not there. But those who will be there, you will pay a steep price for having done the thing you ought not to have done. Buyer beware. If you look at what we are complaining about within the county government and so forth, it's impunity. There are very many well-educated people who understand all these mitigation we're talking about. There are people who've studied urban planning and know what ought to be done.
Yes.
The early warnings were given. We had time to prepare. There was time. That time was ignored.
Yes.
And we do this every single year. And now, we haven't started having mudslides yet.
We actually had one on, I think, Sunday. But yes.
Not yet. We have them in full measure. This backflow that you hear of, when people tell you that the lake is extending, Lake Naivasha does it, Lake Baringo does it, Lake Victoria does it. Do you know part of it? All these lakes veer off and move towards the Nile. When it floods and there isn't sufficient passageway, what often happens is you have these small floating islands, meaning whether it is papyrus, reeds or whatever, and at some point they end up blocking the passageway that goes into the Nile. So the water doesn't move ahead, the water comes back. The things we do, nature makes us pay in full and with interest, because you suddenly find yourself in a situation that you didn't need to be in. But the reason you're there is because what you ought to have done in the beginning you didn't do. So now, but you did other things. Now there are always consequences, good or bad. There are always consequences. You say you're a Pan-Africanist. What do you mean by that?
Pan-Africanism, at the most basic level, is the belief that African people share a common history and that we share a common destiny, especially in the social, economic, political, and today we could even say ecological terms. And when we speak of this common destiny, it's that we must unite as African people, both home and abroad, to arrive at a point of strength which can enable us to move within the world in a strong way.
We have the AU. It's supposed to be the body that unites us, whether it's culturally, politically, economically. We are unable to effect the Africa Free Trade Area. The AU headquarters in Ethiopia, Addis, was built by the Chinese. We manage the running of the AU through EU funding. We can't even fund our own organization. We can't even build our own headquarters. So this Pan-Africanism, before it even kicks off, where exactly do we start and what do we do?
Before we can analyze the current conjuncture, we have to go back into history. Because when we talk of Pan-Africanism kicking off, we have to look at its history, and so that it kicked off a long time ago. But its growth has been stifled. The 5th Pan-African Congress, held in 1945 in Manchester, was able to speed up the process of decolonization, the pushback against classical colonialism on the African continent. And by 1963, when the Organization of African Unity was formed in Addis Ababa, 33 heads of state met to form the Organization of African Unity. Between 45 and 58, when Nkrumah convened the All African People's Conference. In 58, there are only, I think, 3 independent African countries.
Yes.
Sudan, which had gotten independence on 1st January 1956. There was Ghana, there was Tunisia, and a 4th one, which I'm not sure about. Between 58 and 63, we moved from 4 countries to 31 countries. We can see that progressive leap happening. The Organization of African Unity was in many ways strong on the aspect of decolonization, which is why it even had an organ called the ALC, the African Liberation Committee, which was headquartered in Dar es Salaam to enable the process of ending classical colonialism in the southern parts of Africa under the leadership of Nyerere. But then the Organization of African Unity was very explicit, African unity. Even Nkrumah in his writings, when he wrote the 10-point agenda for African unity, talked about how we should operate. Africa should operate one economy. Africa should operate one military. Africa should operate one central bank and one currency, if you look at Nkrumah's 10-point program. But then, because we are engaged in a constant struggle, like you mentioned earlier, the Organization of African Unity was sabotaged by forces that are both internal and external to Africa, because a strong Africa does not bode well for the rest of the world, because Africa is exploited in many ways, resource-wise, whatnot, financially and everything, and even in terms of the labor it produces. And so when the Organization of African Unity was remodeled and shifted to the African Union, there you already see one big flaw. Because even speaking economically, the question you asked about the free trade area, how to then arrive at it, becomes really a challenge. The African Union has a reduced mandate compared to the Organization of African Unity, if you look at their founding documents. And a lot of people, and a lot of even including presidents, African presidents, are not really interested in the idea of African unity.
Why?
And because they are more interested in being small kings in their countries. They are more interested.
They're insular. They're
inward looking.
Yes.
And unajua, the problem sometimes is that there are people who are more interested in having a big slice of a small cake than having a small slice of a big cake. But a small slice of a big cake can be bigger than a big slice of a small cake. I don't know whether it makes sense.
It's making sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And so, if Africa could actualize this trade, but even beyond the trade, because Africa trades more with the African countries trade more with the outside world than among themselves. Yet Africa has almost everything that African people need. And so...
Not almost.
We have everything.
We actually have everything we need.
If we could strengthen intra-African trade, but beyond that also allow the movement of people within the continent, because moving within Africa is one of the most difficult things in terms of cost
and expensive.
Yes. It's the most expensive continent to travel within, and that is by design, to prevent African people from moving as freely as they should across the continent. But also the visa regimes in Africa are very prohibitive. Today, if I go to Nigeria, for example, I pay $80 visa fee. Why should I pay $80 to visit an African country? And there's progressive...
and you're a fellow African.
There's progressive organizations, Pan-African organizations like Africans Rising, which have been pushing the Borderless Africa campaign, saying just drop the visa regimes. For example, the way we can move today in East Africa, just with your identification document or passport. They're saying make it continent-wide. But even if you, a lot of countries haven't ratified the movement protocol, I'm not sure how it's called, but also when it comes to the free trade area, some countries haven't ratified, and those that have ratified have not implemented it for one reason or the other. In some of them including trade deals that they've signed with parties that are external to Africa, which say within Africa you cannot do A, B, C. Don't trade with A, B, C, depending on the deal you've signed and the body or country you've signed it to.
Yes.
So I think at a structural level, economically speaking, that free trade area will not quickly be arrived at, but we must struggle to arrive at that point, because the only way Africa will grow strong and be able to compete on the global stage is if we strengthen ourselves, and trade, intra-African trade can be one of the ways we strengthen ourselves economically.
Look at it this way. We as a country can't even organize intra-county trade. Yes, we have counties that produce more food than they can eat. We have parts of the country that doesn't have food. That part of that country has things that this county needs. We have a council of governors. I don't know what on earth they sit and discuss, but I'm sure the things they discuss, they consider them to be important.
I was told that there is a time in Nyandarua there was so much milk that
it was poured out.
Yeah, it was poured out. And so my friend, they have a dog. The dog had drank so much milk, anytime it saw milk, it was running away. But in Turkana, people are starving. But you know, this is a country of contradictions. I remember there's a time Kenya was even talking about UN Security Council, but we can't defend ourselves against floods. We want to talk of defending the world against all the security threats.
You know those things that we talk about, our representative just goes and makes speeches. So it's not that difficult. This one, you actually have to do something.
Yeah.
There's no standing and speaking much English. This one, you actually have to do something and people have to see it. And if you don't, we know you don't. It's harder.
Yes, it's actual work.
Yeah, making speeches is easier.
It's actual work.
Yes.
And one of the main problems with the political elite, especially the old type of politics that we've had in this country, is that a lot of the people who occupy important positions in politics, really, some of them have had careers prior to that, but a lot of them start out in politics.
Yeah.
They've never run a company. They've never been employed. They've never tried a startup or a small business. So when it comes to they're more better at talking or saying than at doing. A lot of the people we have in the political arena, and which is why I think we really have to create a new type of politics in this country if we are to move forward.
All right.
Yeah.
Sungu, imagine tumefika mwisho wa conversation yetu kwa sasa, lakini kwa sasa, kwa leo. But like you know, we started off when we said some of these things we cannot really flick a switch and then things happen. There are things we will need to talk about, and perhaps the next time you come we shall focus a little bit more on the young people, because I am worried. To be honest, I am worried that we are leaving this country to folks who perhaps do not have a future as far as their age is concerned. So we need, as young people, to consider checking out what is in for us as far as 2027 is concerned. Au sio? That is Sungu Oyo. He is the national spokesperson Kongamano la Mapinduzi and a presidential candidate for 2027. Coming up next, we are hosting His Excellency, that is George Natembeya, Governor of Nzoia County. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 74 Kenyans are said to be stranded in Cambodia after being tricked into working as online scammers. Busia Senator Okiya Omtatah says the victims were hired for their English skills to target people online in a country where most locals do not speak English. Senator Omtatah has called on the state to take action and bring the Kenyans back home.
So I plead with the government to prioritize this issue and to see that they execute their duty of care. Failure to which I think we are also considering a class action suit. So even before Mr. Mudavadi travels to Russia, the ambassador of Russia should have been summoned to tell us what is happening in his country.
Since this matter came up, we feel that the Minister for Foreign Affairs should have taken it up very quickly.
Police in Meru have arrested a 47-year-old man suspected to be behind a series of violent robberies in Mutuati, Lare, Maua, and parts of Igembe, detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, working together with Kenya Police Service and administration police officers, arrested the suspect identified as Jason Kobia Mushoka during a targeted operation. Police say the man had recently been released from prison and is accused of forming a criminal gang and threatening residents in the Kabachi area. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has assured the country that the National Infrastructure Fund will be managed by professionals to ensure proper planning and accountability. Mbadi said experts will design projects, carry out feasibility studies, and assess the expected return on investment before any project is approved. He added that the fund will have the technical capacity to prepare and evaluate projects and determine which ones are commercially viable before implementation.
In fact, in the fund, in the board, we will have investment bankers, we'll have professionals in that board. Even in the council, we are looking at eminent Kenyans, people with reputation in management of institutions and organizations, to be able to run this fund professionally. Let me just tell you or put into perspective what I mean by risk-taking here. You know, the project from the design stage to completion.
Parts of Mai Mahiu Road in Ngenya Village, Kiambu County, has caved in after heavy rains. The damaged section, which is near a school, has raised safety concerns among residents who fear it could put people's nearby property at risk. This comes as flooding caused by heavy rainfall continue to wreak havoc across the country, killing at least 49 people.
Tumekuwa na tatizo hapa na pale zaidi kuona kuta zikibomoka, na imekuwa hatari sana, si kwetu sisi tu ambao tunahudumu, zaidi kwa watoto ambao wanasomea hapa. Na ukuta umeanguka wote, lakini leo tumepata fursa ya kuweza kuongea na mainjinia na mheshimiwa wetu Joseph Mboro Kahangara, na viongozi wa hapa na watu wa hii area, tukaongea kwa muda na tumepata suluhisho.
A former Syrian Air Force intelligence colonel, Salem Michael Al-Salem, has appeared before Westminster Magistrates Court in London, facing charges of crimes against humanity. The 58-year-old appeared via video link and was publicly named after the court rejected a request by his lawyers to keep his identity private. He faces 3 counts of murder as a crime against humanity, 1 count related to assisting murder, and 3 counts of torture. The charges relate to alleged incidents in Damascus in 2011 and 2012. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Michael Olise starred in the absence of Hurricane as Bayern Munich thrashed Atalanta in the first leg of their Champions League last 16. England captain Kane was only fit enough for a place on the bench after returning from a calf injury, but Bayern did not need to call upon the striker as they stormed to a crushing success. Olise shone, playing a part in their 3 opening goals as the Bundesliga champions took a commanding lead by the 25th minute. The world tennis number 1 Aryna Sabalenka eased to the quarterfinals at the Indian Wells with a 6-2, 6-4 victory over Naomi Osaka. The 2-time 4 Grand Slam champions were meeting for the first time since 2018, when Osaka beat Sabalenka en route to winning the US Open. But on this occasion, Sabalenka proved too strong for the 16th seed, as she wrapped up the match within 80 minutes. Sabalenka will now face Canada's Victoria Mboko or Amanda Anisimova of the United States in the last 8. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are currently tuned in on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 FM in Garissa County. Like I told you, in this hour, we want to talk about devolution and political realignments ahead of 2027. With us is the governor of Nzoia County, His Excellency George Natembeya. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana, shukuru sana for the opportunity.
Tumeongea na ambassadors, tumeongea na commissioners, regional commissioners na wale wengine. Governor ndio hatujapata na leo tumemake history. So karibu tena sana.
Asante.
As far as your time at as a regional commissioner, I mean, it must have been a great deal in terms of just ensuring security of the regions that you are overseeing. Just how difficult or easy is that job? Because I've watched clips from that time when you were, a regional commissioner, and from the look of things, handling security in this country is not easy.
Being a regional commissioner just at the apex, but I began as a DO.
Right.
And I became a district commissioner, became a county commissioner, then became a regional commissioner.
Right.
Where I oversaw the security matters in the Rift Valley. It's a tough job. Very, very tough.
Yeah.
Because nothing is predictable. And that area is very volatile. With bandits.
Yes.
Armed. Actually, sometimes more armed than security agencies. The security terrain is very, very difficult. Because of historical reasons, sometimes the relationship between the people and government is not very good. So even getting information is very, very difficult. Then, of course, government support sometimes is lacking. Even just getting fuel or enough security personnel is a challenge. So, and things keep on evolving every day. And then, you wake up very early. Like you wake up at 3. Then you get, it's quite expensive. So you're getting reports from 14 county commissioners. And sometimes even county police commanders. They're telling what's happening in the areas. Now that we have got Turkana, we have Samburu, we have got Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet. Like Kipia, those are very difficult areas, because of cattle rustling. And they do it very violently because they steal livestock and they kill people. So you get these reports.
Yes.
That now you transmit at around 4. We summarize, then transmit around 4:30 to the PS, to the CS, and then there was another WhatsApp group where the president was also there.
Right.
So you transmit that. The moment you transmit, then you get another report from Turkana that the Toposa has struck an area and have killed 20 people. Then I have to write another further to my report. This has happened. And then you need to get maybe a chopper to rush to that area, that place. So it was not an easy job. It was very difficult.
Comparisons being a governor now and being a regional commissioner. Can you draw any comparisons? Are there any parallels?
Basically, you just have the people. That is the common indicator, denominator, that you are serving the people and directly. Of course, on the other side, you've got bosses, and you work in a very structured system, chain of command, and sometimes you do not make very independent decisions. For instance, wanted to do a very serious disarming exercise because we discussed my regional security committee and we said the biggest challenge in this place is illegal firearms. There are so many. Can we get these firearms from the hands of civilians? And we did what we called an operation order, a regional operational order, that we just go in there and do our thing. And of course, when we were planning, we got the approval of the CS. That was Matiangi at that time. But when we came to actual implementation, then we were told, please hold on. And we were not able to do it at all.
Why?
And the people were ready because we had said let's just go in, and we're not even asking for even allowances. We just wanted the go ahead and then facilitation with fuel, because we had a bit of it mobilized vehicles, and I really only party out to morale or security. When we say now, when are we going to serve? For how long are we going to serve, and for how long is the population going to serve? Can we just sacrifice for once and sort out this thing? And people morale requires you, but we didn't get that approval. For governor, whatever decision you make, you implement, because you have got the power, the authority, and the resources to do it, and don't have to get approvals from all over the place. Maybe once in a while with the approval of the county assembly. Once in a while, where the law requires so. Otherwise, whatever you plan, whatever you budget for, and the planned activities, you just implement them without really having to seek authority from anyone, from anyone. And then, of course, number two, you are serving your own people. As a regional commissioner or working in the provincial administration, you don't work at home at all. You're posted somewhere. That's some kind of quiet arrangement that you don't work at home. I was lucky when I became a regional commissioner. Nzoia was part of the Rift Valley. So once in a while, I'll sneak in there and
you sneak home.
Yes, you sneak home, and but otherwise, I think and the job, the environment is easy. You're quite comfortable. National government, too much bureaucracy and too much talk.
Right. Yeah. The reason I'm actually asking these questions and trying to make you draw comparisons or parallels is because of the recent events we've seen between governors, the what's his name, her name rather, the Auditor General, and of course with senators as well. Kumekuwa na a lot of mugongano. What is the real issue? Because it looks like governors do not want to be held accountable. They do not want to be audited. What's the real issue?
No, the reality is completely different. If the people want to be oversighted, are governors. But devolution is evolving. It's an experiment, it's a new thing. And the way oversight is being done, of course, is also people are learning. It's a new experience. And we encounter challenges. And when those challenges are encountered, I think just fair for us to raise those challenges so they can be addressed. We do not have any issue with the Auditor General. We are audited every financial year. Of course, the control of budget, our responsibility, of course, is to approve withdrawals of funds from the county revenue fund to go and fund the activities. And of course, they just look at the budget, they approve. And only they approve those funds based on the budget. And we've not had any serious issue, of course, other than the delays and they have introduced certain things that delay those approvals. That you can put in a requisition and it takes a bit of time. And maybe some contractors done a job, you want to pay them. Instead of them just approving so that you can pay, it takes a bit. They want to come and check. They've created another layer of bureaucracy. As for the Senate has got two oversight committees. The County Public Accounts Committee, it's called CPAC, and the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee. We had issues with those two committees. For the CPAC, let me start with the CPIC investment. The only problem is that they oversight so many things. They oversight level 4 hospitals and above. They oversight municipal boards, water service providers, and all the special funds. Like you have the bursary fund, the youth fund, women fund, and the counties have come up with so many funds. Like in Nzoia, they also have the Nawiri fund. So there are many, and then you can be invited to the Senate so many times. Like you are here this week, the following week again you come for maybe 2 hospitals. You go to a county like Kiambu, level 4 hospitals are very many. So it means that you can even be called every other week to come to the Senate. So we told them, please, can you do a program where, like, if you call the governor for Nzoia, can we deal with all these issues in one day, even if we take 10 hours? Because basically, just looking at the Auditor General's report. And many of these issues, normally before we go to the Senate, they have already been resolved. Because the issue maybe during audit, you're not able to provide this particular document. You have since provided, the matter has been sorted. Then you come and you are repeating the same thing. It takes a bit of time. So we agreed, and we are sure that the CPIC is going to work on that, so that they consolidate all these issues, so that we don't have to come too many times to the Senate. For the CPAC, there were issues, and they were raised. We raised those issues, issues of harassment, issues of bit of extortion.
When you say a bit of extortion, just how bit is it?
No, it's big. It's big.
The English euphemism, when someone tells you a bit, it means the opposite, a lot.
Yes, there's that, and that just people trying to create the impression that the relation between the Senate and governors is that of superior subordinate. But we are saying we're all elected. We are discharging public functions. Can we just relate like a devolution family?
We sat here with Senator Onyonka and I asked him this very question about the extortion, and he said, sometimes a governor akijipata ako between a rock and a hard place. Sometimes they'll even offer fuel, just to make things a bit easier. But from your perspective as a governor of Nzoia, have you ever found yourself in a situation whereby you need to actually make that kind of arrangement just to have things easier on you, guilty or not?
No, it's not a matter of being in any particular situation. It's a matter of normalizing things.
Okay.
The governors, when you look at the governor's budget, is very big. Like for me, per year is about 8 to 9 billion shillings. So it looks like it's a lot of money. So people have got this impression that we have got a lot of money there, not floating around doing nothing. And of course the first county governments, 2013, 2017, because there were no structures, the COB was not even very active, and counties were running actually on almost like a cash basis. You run a county government with interest, you're taking a lot of money, and that's when governors were moving around with money in their vehicles. You're carrying 20 million shillings in the boot of your vehicle.
Why?
So that impression was created that there's a lot of money out there. So when you land, you're being told, governor. By the way, sometimes you come to the Senate, you've got an unqualified report, an unqualified audit report. Meaning really there were no serious. Even a qualified report means that basically there are no government funds that are lost. It's not even an adverse report. If you've got an adverse report, I don't know how you can change that by bribing senators, because this document is done by a professional. Dr. Yon is a professional, and it's out there in the public. It's not a secret. It's out even before you come to the Senate, this document is already out there. So it's a matter of practice that every time you land at the Senate particular committee, is no expectations that the governors come, and therefore tatuacha namna gani. It's not an issue of fearing oversight, of saying I'm buying some kind of freedom. No. Okay. That's complete complete misconception. It's just that expectation. There's always been done like this, and there were senators who are now governors, and they were very notorious. Okay. Do you know that some of them even now that then the COG, and some of the governors who were there at that time, because of the harrowing experience they went through at the hands of some of these governors now, they don't even greet each other, because people are demanding for over 25 million shillings.
To do what with?
No, you just arrive.
To look the other way.
Yeah, then just come and tell you, we are expecting 25. You think maybe it's 2.5 or 250,000, but somebody else 25 million. We hear some of these stories and know it's just harrowing. So where do you get 25 million shillings? Because wherever you're going to get that 25 million, it must be an illegality, because you are going to pick that money. What are you saying you're going to do it for? It becomes an audit query for the next financial year. So these things never end. When you tell government, give me 3 million, where am I going to get the money? I'll go and get the money from the bursary fund or somewhere else. Then I'm creating a problem that when the auditor comes, they're going to discover that problem there. Then it becomes an issue for you. You are now calling me to come and address that issue, and you don't add the money. So that's what you are saying. Can this nonsense just stop?
25 million.
Yeah, that time, and they know themselves.
You've explained it very well. And you've explained it well. There's something that we've discussed here, and every time we have a crisis like the one we have, or we have drought, we juxtapose with a time of plenty when certain parts of the country and certain counties actually have plenty.
Yes.
Is there any existence of intra-county trading?
At the moment, not very structured.
Is it something that can be structured and can be done?
It can. Like for instance, now in Nzoia, I know I have got a lot of maize. A lot of it.
What do you mean?
And I know the other parts of the country.
You've had a bumper harvest.
Serious one.
Yes.
We raised almost 7.5 million bags of maize.
Wow.
A record, because we have really invested in the farmer. But now the farmer is struggling in the market. There's no market. And I hear the government is saying they want to import.
Yes, they do.
Maize.
Yet you have...
We are saying, can you give us 4,000 to 5,000 Kenya shillings for a 90 kilogram bag of maize? The government is not willing to give that.
Why?
But the same government wants to import a 50 kilogram bag of maize.
At how much?
At almost 10,000 shillings. So they're subsidizing the farmer out there instead of the farmer here. So what is the problem? Because our farmers, even in our Senegal, our farmers are hoarding maize. Explain that the prices are going to improve. But the government is saying, if you do not dispose of your maize to government by end of April, we're going to import maize. But you're buying at what cost?
How much?
I think it's 3,500.
That's what they're offering.
Yes, that's what they're offering. But you check when they eventually imported the maize, at what cost, at what price are they going to buy the maize?
What is the production cost of maize per bag?
It's high. I may not have the exact figure, but I know it's high because you have to prepare the land. Just even tilling the land, so you do it almost 3 times. You harrow it, you farrow it, and then you plant, you put fertilizer, you weed, all that. It's very, very expensive. Actually, the profit margin is very small.
Was the practice not that the government absorbs what the Kenyan farmer has produced before looking outwards to bring any maize if indeed there is a shortage?
During the Mzungu's time, the Mzungu was very organized because there's something called guaranteed minimum return.
Yes.
Yeah. As a farmer, I'm going to plant maize, and at the end of the harvest time, I'm going to get this much from a bag of maize. Even when the market forces dictate otherwise, the government must come in and subsidize and ensure that price is guaranteed. It can't go below that. And that's why even some of the richest people during colonialism were farmers. And the Mzungu was basically a farmer because they knew the returns were guaranteed. But now the government is saying that they go by the market forces. I know when you are harvesting, there's a bumper of harvest, there's a glut in the market. Of course, the price gets suppressed. And some of these prices are just done by cartels. Because now, when you're harvesting, one bag of maize on the market is going maybe at 1,800. You dispose it off. 2 months later, it's 5,000, and you don't have maize, so you're going to buy your own maize at almost 3 times the cost. The farmer must just be protected, and so that even farming becomes a bit predictable, like another business.
There's something someone obviously is getting outside. That's why they go and buy it at 10,000 out there. But can't a similar arrangement just be done with the farmer in here and still get it at that 10,000?
And then the farmer will produce more than enough for what we need.
Yeah.
But not the problem with this government is that the policymakers are the business people. Cabinet secretaries are the one who are importing this maize. I mean, by the time they're saying that if you have to have sold your produce by this date, the maize they import is already on high seas.
Yes.
Yeah, they just say they're opening up, and it's duty free. They gazette like today, and then tomorrow
maize imefika.
Maize iko kwa port. It's just on high seas. These guys are trading. They're trading with the government and they're reaping. Yeah. So the farmer stands no chance. Conflict of interest. Serious conflict of interest.
You recently ordered the closure of CBPS. Why did you take that measure?
The County Public Service Board.
Yes.
Their term was over. Actually, of course, normal practice is that when you are nearing the end of your term, you proceed on terminal leave.
Okay.
It's not that you are being sacked or your term of employment is being changed. But when you have got people taking instructions from elsewhere, because I've had a problem with this board right from the day I took on the reins of power in Nzoia. They were employed by my predecessor, and I think their loyalties elsewhere. We've got serious run-ins with them, so we told them to proceed on leave. They defied. I didn't know that they defied. They just sat down and said that we are not going. And then they began engaging in some activities which were not very good. Like one of them promoted the wife last year, and this year again was promoting the same wife. Then we said no. And that's normally why people are sent on terminal leave, because some of them engage in activities that even can compromise the work of the incoming board, or they tie you to certain things that be very difficult. So don't make major decisions when you are about to exit. And that's why you're given that time to exit and sort out. So it wasn't really that it was a very or malicious or confrontational. No, we're just sorting out things in a proper way. And as we speak now, a new board has been vetted and approved by the county assembly.
Right.
Maybe when I go back tomorrow, I'll just do the appointment letters, and then we send them for 1 week induction, and then they start working.
You had a graft case which the court obviously criticized, and it even awarded you damages. That particular case, what was the issue? Was it politically instigated? Was it a personal issue?
It was politics. It was majorly politics. EACC receive complaints from the public, allegations. That's what I hear. When people are writing that the governor has done this, they investigate those things. Idea they should investigate those things. Don't just take things at face value. Because politics out there is a bit rough. Yeah. So when they came for me to arrest me, I didn't know why they were arresting me, because they came with the court order from a magistrate's court that was saying that my premises should be searched.
Yeah.
And then they were looking for documents, land ownership documents, company documents. They were looking at if I got any procurement documents in the house, any of my properties, and then of course pick all the electronics in the house, the computers, the telephones and so forth.
Right.
That was the court order. And that's what they did. They came to my house, they checked. And also here they were looking for any money, any cash in the house.
Did they find 20 million?
In my house? No.
Okay.
Actually, they only found 250,000 that I was going to pay fees for my son at university. And they also picked that money.
Wow.
So when they were done with the searches, and even they did searches in some of my premises where I was not with my residence, where I wasn't. It can't be in so many places at the same time.
True.
So I told them, because you've been given 12 hours, you've come here, can you now go to the next one?
Yes.
Then they say another team is there. They were just searching illegally. They come and they overturn things, they throw things. They were doing it like they were on some kind of vengeance mission. The anger, it was not professional at all. So when they were done, they were telling me, now let's go to ACS, and I told them, what am I going to do? The court order is very clear. You've done your thing. You've searched, and you've done an inventory of what you found, and I've signed that you found this and this and this and this. Actually, that day I was going for a COG meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. When they came in the morning, I'd woken up. I was preparing to go for COG meeting. So they even took my, the documents for the COG. They also carried them.
Right.
So they insisted on me accompanying them, because initially I thought I was actually in Kileleshwa, but I've got a home in Rongai.
Okay.
So I thought we'd go to Rongai because I had a safe there in Rongai, and they were telling me that they couldn't open the safe. So I told them, can I just go and open for you? So I thought we were going to Rongai.
Yes.
And then reaching the vehicle, the guys, they said, no, we're not going to Rongai, we're going to ACC.
Okay.
Why? Am I under arrest? Because if I'm under arrest, I know the law. You have to read to me my rights, all that.
And they have to explain to you why it is they're arresting you.
Yeah, why are you arresting me? And the guy said, no, we're not arresting you. No, because you have got police officers. If you want to arrest me, can you then handcuff me? We go.
Yes.
They just bundled me to the vehicle. Then when I discovered this thing is not even about integrity issues, it's about other things. So I went to SSI, I stayed there for almost, actually from morning, almost 6:30 until evening. Yeah, we're just sitting there asking me about this
doing nothing.
Yeah, doing this procurement record. Who is this? Do you know this person? They're asking me about people that I do not even know, because I don't do procurement myself. Then in the evening, actually they even denied my wakili. I had one lawyer. There were two others wanted to join us, and they refused, including that Degwa. They said Degwa is persona non grata here. Who has given that order that they choose even the lawyer for you? So even Degwa stayed outside there with another lawyer, and they were saying it's because of orders from those guys were behaving. Actually, I was around even during Kano regime, and they were behaving exactly like that. Telling you there's orders from above. Where is this above? Because we're all here above.
And the hierarchy of above.
Yeah, and when they were bundling me in the vehicle, they were receiving calls, and some of those you could see from the screen, that people from those other places.
Mheshimiwa, who do you think was that person from above?
I think it's from State House.
Okay.
Yeah, because I saw some calls from characters who are, and I think they were asking what's the progress, mepata nini huko na nini, you know. Yeah, so they basically, they were just intimidating me.
Okay.
So they took me that place. Me, I didn't know because they taken my, actually when they land to your place, they pick your mobile phone, you know, everything they did. So like you're just incommunicado.
Did they even give you water while you were at EACC? Food? Nothing?
No. And I wouldn't have even have eaten anyway. So I just so in the evening, I think I'm being ready because I'm not seeing any reason why they're holding me anyway.
Right.
Then I'm told, hey, you know, it's you are supposed to be taken to court tomorrow. On what charges? You know, when I looked at those things, I laughed. Because they're telling me I received money on my phone from my chief officer. Apparently, we had been given money by a contractor. Yeah, and therefore it's like there's some kind of arrangement between me and that contractor transmitment through the chief officer to me.
Yeah.
You know, I laughed because I've never had that kind of... Actually, I thought they were joking.
Okay.
Yeah, because even that OCS at the AICC was surprised that, you know, they were reading those names, and I was laughing because they were very laughable things.
Yeah.
Then actually when we went to court the following day, some of those things they written there had been dropped. You know, it's like they were not very sure.
Okay.
But the story I came to get later was that when they went to my house in Kitale, you know, they faced a very rough time there. People just came.
Yes, well, I remember the drama around that.
Yeah, and they went through some very harrowing experiences. Their vehicles were vandalized, you know, the staff were harassed, you know. And even up to now, there are things they picked from my house that I don't know where they are.
Okay.
Including my title deeds,
your title deeds,
my laptops, I don't know where they are.
They picked, you confirmed that they took these documents.
I've got an inventory. They think I don't have it.
Yeah.
But I have an inventory. Because I've got an assigned inventory of the things that they picked from my house. But I don't know what those things are.
Okay.
Yeah. So now back to that, to you know, because I wanted to go to Rongai.
Right.
I opened the safe for them. This guy, they uprooted the safe because it was mounted on the wall. So they removed it, you know, and carried it to
the offices.
Yeah. So they wanted me to go and
but surely that's vandalism.
It was bad. You look at how they did to my house. You know, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. And you know, I was just telling them, really, I've been in government for 26 years.
Yes.
I became a regional commissioner. I'm basically an officer of the law. If you told me Natembeya required at the ACs tomorrow, I wouldn't come.
Utajipeleka?
I wouldn't come. Why wouldn't I come? Since nitakuja tu. Yeah. Hata kama mmenishika and then you want to take me to court the following day. If you told me Natembeya, now go home and report to the magistrate's court tomorrow at 7.
You will do
You'll find me there. Why all this drama? You know, you take me to court with a police escort and, you know, chase car and with sirens. You know, you take me to court like a VIP.
Whose toes had you stepped on?
It's the kind of politics I've been playing. Of course, I just decided that because the opposition is no longer there in this republic, and you know, I had a very serious problem with Raila. Raila was my party leader, my coalition leader, and I really campaigned for Raila. Actually, for the first time, Raila won Nzoia. He beat Ruto.
Yeah.
And then he decided to join government, and did not give us the reasons. He didn't even consult the other Azimio, you know, coalition partners. He just left. So I had a big problem with that, and I just decided now, let me talk about public issues publicly. I know it's not even the responsibility of governor to do that because I'm also running a government, but I said let me talk about these issues, and I've been talking about them before, during, and after I was arrested. Even now, I talk about them. Major issues of governance, they're a bit sensitive, but we talk about them. So somebody decided just to silence me. They really wanted to intimidate me. So that was the major, the major reason. Actually, had this matter proceeded at the law courts, assuming the High Court judge did not find merit in our petition, and Assembly to let the matter proceed, you know, the ES will have been embarrassed. What were they going to produce? Because all they were required to do was to check with the chief officer what was this money meant for. because we just demonstrate, just per diem.
Yeah.
When I've come to Nairobi, I've been here from last week, and I've been doing official work. I didn't come with any money, because there was no money. Government disbursement of money from the trade, the county is really delayed. Like now we are 2 months late. We've not even paid our staff. So you are traveling and then there's no money. If the disbursements now come, my team will process the money and they'll send the money to me. How are they supposed to send money? They send money to me on my own phone.
Yes.
If it was video call, I'll tell them send money to my phone. So it was just per diem, and we demonstrated that. What was so difficult about people if they're investigating, just finding out what was this man meant for? No.
But then, Mheshimiwa, just in case I ever find myself in that situation, if police arrest me today and they take my phone for whatever evidence, am I supposed to give them the PIN number?
They came there and they were telling me that I was supposed to provide the PIN and everything, passwords.
And you provided?
I did not. I told them no.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is the reason why your phone is personal.
Yeah.
But there's a way of opening. I don't know how they do it.
So that's how they found these transactions?
No, those were, they went to Safaricom. And they were given all this information about my M-Pesa data. For that particular period of time. You're accusing a governor of...
Did they get a court order to do that?
To get those personal details of yours from Safaricom?
After they got the document, then they went to look for the court order. But that's one the reason why the case was quashed by the High Court.
Okay.
They did everything illegally. You take me to court, then now you start looking for evidence. Provided this, provided that, provided that, provided. No, we provided whatever they wanted us to provide. We provided, and there was not, because they were acting on rumors, information provided by some political jokers in Nzoia that the government has got this land, 600 acres, 200 acres, but not for land. You are government. For God's sake, you are government. You've got all this system. Can you just check? Yeah. Why were they in a hurry to take me to court even without investigating? Because if they investigated, they'll have known that there's nothing. Like even that man they were talking about, the lady, the so-called Mercy Chalagat. I don't know her. Even up to now, I do not know her. But we came later to realize she had some kind of business relationship with my chief officer from way back in 2010, even before the chief officer joined government. And together they had done some business with the county government, I think in 2015, where they built an ECDE and they were paid. But unfortunately, there was retention money. There's this money that you retain for defects, so that after the contract is done, the next 12 months, if something happens with that project, then use the same money to correct it. It's called a defects liability period. Due to that period, and you've done a project and it develops cracks or the paint is peeling off, you can use the contractor can be told to repair that. And
all right, using that fund.
Yeah, that retention.
Okay.
That retention had not been paid from 2015. So when the guy became a chief officer, that money was paid, and because this lady is a business partner, there's a way in which they share that money. Now they're saying
they were imputing impropriety.
Yes,
and yet all this thing had happened before this gentleman became the chief officer.
Yes, and he did a job that they was given by the county government before he became a chief officer, and he did the job very well. He was paid, but somebody sat on his retention, so he was not paid. But the money was paid when he was now a chief officer. So the question was, how was he supposed to pay this money? Because this is the chief officer for finance, and he did the job using that company. And when he became chief officer, he stopped even being a director in that company, because now it was trading with the county government. He stopped. Why didn't they just check that? Because it's just a basic fact that you can take 2 minutes and you have got the information that you need. But in the hurry to take me to court and prosecute me and shout about it, they told the world that I'm being investigated for 1.4 billion Kenya shillings. That's what went out.
Perhaps they knew this, and that's why they knew even their case against you was flimsy, if I may call it that. This was just done to slow you down?
Negative publicity, basically soil your name. Because 1.4 billion, and then you charging me with stealing 2 million shillings over a period of 30 months.
Yeah.
A governor's salary is 1 million shillings. So I'm stealing 2 million shillings in 30 months.
Surely.
What is that?
Have they paid you I think the court awarded you what? 2.5 million?
It's 2.5 million.
Yeah.
They should pay. They haven't paid yet.
Do
they have an option? Unless they appeal.
But anyway, it was made a few days ago.
Unless they appeal and overturn the verdict.
Right.
Yeah. So really,
Okay.
still.
What does Tawe mean?
Tawe in my mother tongue, that's Luya, Ukusu, just means no. you reject.
So what I've had is of Tawe movement. So this is the no movement.
Yeah, it's a no movement, and we are saying no to the status quo. The way things are now, even just in terms of governance, very many things we are saying no to. Even government programs and policies, most of them have burdened Kenyans. You look at SHA. SHA came with so many other changes. They removed Linda Mama, that was taking care of expectant mothers. They removed Edu Afia, that was taking care of our students in secondary schools. So many other things. The education system, they have reversed everything. Nobody actually understands the kind of education system that we have. When the exams came out the other day, we had things like exceeding expectations, meeting expectations. And now getting an E is supposed to be the best performance.
It's actually EE, exceeding expectation.
So,
meeting expectation.
And some parents actually assaulted their children very badly before getting E. You go home and you're getting EE, every subject is EE, they think you've really failed. Couldn't be really outperformed. Looks like the only system, we have a very unique system in the world. So nothing is really working. We're talking about the matters of the farmer. When government officials are the ones who are doing even business, but we are doing farming, nothing is really working. We are high there on promises, but very low on implementation. So we are challenging all these things. Health is not really working. The national government is doing county government devolved functions, and when you really push a bit for this function, they let go the function of the counties, and then they retain the money. So no, it's just a challenge to all this. Can we now change? Let's not be too comfortable with the status quo, because I believe there's room, the room for change.
Because if I go by what you're saying, you are literally, I don't want to call it fighting, but you're having this friction against the entire system.
And it's a very lonely fight. Because when people are elected, they look for comfort, and that's why everybody's stopping to State House. You go to State House to look for development. But I've been challenging people, even the governors who claim that they're working with the State House. What really has the government done for them that Natembe has not been able to do with the little resources that I receive? But those people who got the senior government officials who troop to government go there for their own personal interests, majorly to do things without accountability. But when you're a cabinet secretary, people who even steal so much from government are cabinet secretaries. Have you seen any of them even being somewhat to EACC?
As of today, no.
No, because you get political immunity. The moment you go to State House, that immunity, nobody will touch you. And that's why people troop to State House, not to go and look for development. So when you stand out there and you're talking the way I talk, the question they ask, who is he? Tunaweza kumfanya nini? Can we get something on him? That's why I know they struggle looking for that, and they're looking very bad, by the way. Because when you're struggling to look for something to plant on me, when the corruption just be seen, it's just there. People can see it. Look at things that have been happening in government now. The infrastructure fund, e-citizen, all these things. It's just corruption, and it's just apparent. You can just see it. But nobody even touches those, because it's being perpetrated by the people who are politically connected. But for me, by the way, when I left the government, I was satisfied. Kapsa, actually, when I said to go into politics, I didn't even expect to go out there and win. But I had it. Kabisa mimi brain ilikuwa imechoka, and I said, for 26 years I've done enough for government. Let me just go and do other things, rest and do other things. From where I sit, I've done my contribution in this country. I've given the best part of my life to this government. I've served government. Whatever I'm doing now is just a bonus. So people who come and try to intimidate me and threaten me, they're just wasting their time, because me, I'm done. They can do whatever they want to do. But for me, my contribution to Kenya is done. That one I've done.
but political pundits are actually saying that George Natembeya wants to be president of this country, and that is why you're not fighting regional politics. You're actually fighting national politics, and anyone doing that at that level is obviously looking to be at the very top, and that is be the next president, or at least be president at one point of this country.
I don't obsess. Like I say, when I read these things and we get somebody to come up, because I don't think the current the people in the current political establishment can change things, because they've really benefited from the status quo, and they don't say anything wrong. You need an outsider to look in and say there's something wrong. So we are raising these issues just about consciousness of people. Like when I talk about the Western region, people have construed that to me that Natambia was to be the Western kingpin. I don't even believe in this dish of kingpin, but tired people think that you want to be the kingpin.
Actually, now that you've brought it up, there's some what was it called? Kuna kitu ilifanywa sometime a few weeks ago, a poll.
Yes.
And they actually placed you way above other political players who've been there for longer than you, and they put you at the very top of that list.
Yeah. So you can do certain things, but the way they're construed out there is a bit different from your objective. For me, I say if Kenyans want to make me president, I'll gladly take it, because I believe I have got what it takes. But if I don't get it, I'll not go out there and get depressed. No. But I just pray that in the next election, can we just have a complete break with the past? Because you look at the people who have been in politics for long, and I sit with some of them. They just want to replace Ruto and do exactly what Ruto is doing, and that's not what Kenya needs. Yeah, we're talking about one term for Ruto. Is going to be a reality from where I sit. But those will come in and want to do what the same thing that Ruto is doing. It won't even be half term. After 100 days, now Kenyans will say now, because democracy is not working.
Yes,
let us try something else.
Mheshimiwa, why did you go into politics?
I wanted to impact more practically on the lives of our people. As I said, in government you become captive of the bureaucracy of procedures. You want to do certain things, and then these people fear. They think that you are overshadowing them. So you may have a very good idea and you may not even say it. Because now the CS is sitting there is obviously wrong on a particular issue. But if you come out very openly, then you are in trouble. You are in trouble. So unapata umeshikana sana. So I said, no, let me go out and have some freedom of doing things. I was saying in county government, you'll do a program, you'll budget for it, and you'll implement it.
Let me ask you this question. Apart from what has now been your flagship mantra, Tawe, there is also the clarion call for Luya unity. Is it possible?
Luya unity is, people have been talking about Luya unity over the years, but the point has been unit for what? Because there's always been unity to propel people to power.
So the people who propagate it are propagating it so that they can be propelled to power.
Yes, for very selfish reasons. But for me, I'm looking at Luo unity from a different perspective. Like Luo unity. They don't talk about Luo unity, but these people are very, very united. Or Kikuyu unity. The people don't talk about it, but they know what they want. Like during elections, they'll vote together.
They will.
But for Luyas, we vote everywhere.
You're very democratic in the way you vote.
And then at the end of the day, there's very serious consequences, because now how do you even bargain for your rights in government? You know, how do you bargain if you're not united? So my approach is different. That if we're united and we get a leader there, and even be somebody who commands the respect of the region. And when you go to that table, you are going with the mandate of the people. Like now we have Mudavadi and we have Wetango. I keep talking about them, and sometimes they get angry. But they are there, courtesy of what? Because even Mudavadi himself is MCA of ODM, his member of parliament is ODM, his governor is ODM, his senator is ODM. That's Vihiga. What did he do for Ruto? For him to be a PCS? It's tokenism. Look at Wetangola. Wetangola has got 5 members of the National Assembly. And yet is the Speaker of the National Assembly, is the party leader of Ford Kenya. He can't even let somebody else run the affairs of the party as he leads the National Assembly. Yeah. But what did he contribute to Ruto for him to be rewarded with the position of Speaker? It's tokenism. So at the end of the day, you are creating the impression that Luyas are in government. They're holding very serious positions, but you will zero influence. Raila came into government without any formal position. He was not called anything. But when he joined government, the pecking order even changed. You go to a meeting where the president and the deputy president are, Kindiki will speak and he'll invite Raila to invite the president. The pecking order changed. Why? It's because of that block votes that he had. For me, I'm looking at real unity from that perspective. And they can vote for whoever they want to vote for, as long as they are voting as a bloc. For now, from where we are sitting, we are in the one-term brigade. People believe that another 5 years of Ruto is going to be a disaster for this country, and we are convincing our people to go that direction, to join other Kenyans in bringing this change that we are working on. Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
Someone is actually asking on that issue of one term, huonekani kwa ground, and at what point you'll probably get active on the ground as far as one term is concerned. And are you going to join Sifuna and team?
Which ground is this?
Because he's governor of Nzoia, so he's on.
I'm on the ground. I'm talking about Tawe. The other day I was in Nakuru with our team. The team was supposed to be in Meru. I didn't go because of these other engagements. I'm basically on the ground, but of course I'm focusing so much on the Western region because our politics is not properly integrated. So that's where I am. Yeah, but you see, when you do these things, they have to be covered before maybe you are visible. Yeah, but really, I'm very, very active on the ground.
On the ground. So, are you going to join Sifuna and team?
Sifuna should be joining us because they're on the other side. Then they're in ODM.
Yes.
ODM is like a bat. It's not a bird or a mammo. It's just there. So they need to sort out that issue of which ODM is which. And this war is within ODM. Sifuna is fighting another faction. When they are done, because one faction is determined to be in broad-based government, led by Oburu, and it's like that one is said they're going to have an ADC and they're gone. The moment they are gone now, the remaining faction, where are they going to go? Are they going to go independent? Or are they going to join now the united opposition? We are now calling ourselves an alternative government. Are they going to join us, or they're going to go their way? And I've been saying, if they choose to go their way, it's going to be a disaster. Because now we have got two buckets of votes. We have got the root of broad-based and ours as opposition.
Yes.
When you form another force, a third force there, you're going to pick these votes from our basket, not from Ruto's basket.
Yes.
And then you're going to give him a way to return to power in 2027.
Yeah.
So our belief is that once they are done,
yes,
you need just to check our ambitions a bit, and then let's move together. Let them come to the alternative government, and we move together. And I believe they're going to be very valuable players in the alternative government.
But you know, as a caucus, people from Western, the Mulembe Nation, as some people call it, do you people have a blueprint of how it is you can make that region an economic giant?
You know, historically, the region was very, very rich.
Not was, it is, still is, even now.
Now the potential is there, but practically, even in the 70s, we were doing very, very well. I remember even our grandfathers used to have wealth, and wealth was even measured in just the number of livestock and the amount of land you have. And then at some time we had a lot of sugar cane. We were doing maize. There was no hunger in that place.
You had food security.
Yeah, children are going to school. They don't struggle. There were no arambes. Your child will be called to Maseno Alliance and you'll pay without going in. And then systematically, I think just poverty was just initiated deliberately for that particular region, because all industries that were doing very well are now not there. Pan-Paper was doing very well. You go to Buyout was a vibrant place. They even had a football team that was playing in the National League, PPM. Gone. Mumias, the biggest sugar industry in that region, gone.
Actually, in the country,
yeah,
there was no sugar factory bigger than Mumias.
Yes,
at the time.
Gone. The recent one is Nzoia, gone. We had smaller ones like Itinda for milk, gone. We had cotton generaries, Malakisi, gone. We don't have a single industry in the Western region. And you go there, the potential is huge. The population is there. People are very hard doing. The sources are good to get very nice rainfall. Farmers wake up every day to do their farming. You go to the sugarcane belt. I think the poorest place you can never, So it's deliberate. And that's what we're saying. That's the status quo that I'm challenging. That can my labor, can I get the fruits of my labor? Because I wake up every day and I told from morning to evening, what am I getting? It's because of these funny government policies. Yeah, you go to know where people are growing tea, government involvement is there. You can see government trying to stabilize prices, even coffee, even milk. But look at Western. Even we produce maize, but it's no single even flour mills there. We produce our maize that goes to Thika, Mombasa for processing. And then
there is no single flour mill in Western.
Nowhere. It's not.
And yet that region produces the bulk of the maize that we have in this country.
We feed Kenya like today. Transfer we refuse to grow maize. There'll be hunger. The president's walking around bragging that the cost of living has gone down. But does it know the transfer that has caused all this? Because we have produced more maize. Nzoia was in Gishu, Bungoma, people of like Laikipia, Narok. No, that
region.
Yes. Yeah. But Nzoia is the leading because we produce 30% of Kenya's, cereal requirements is produced by Nzoia. But how much has the government invested there? Zero. There's nothing. So our poverty in Western is orchestrated because the potential is there. And some of the most learned people come from that particular.
If you talk about human resource,
yes,
the Malindi nation has some serious human resource.
You check, even you got the judiciary.
Very serious human
it's
resource.
Very serious, but we don't have that thing that I'm looking for. that political influence is not there. Because you'll go to many government offices, you'll find lawyers are there. Let me just be frank here.
You're right, yeah.
But you are given a deputy's position, and then you do all the work. Actually, you can do it very nice. You can do there. Some of these speeches you hear even the president read, they're done even by lawyers. You'll go and do a very nice paper. You do the paper, and then you put my name there.
Yes.
I just come to sign.
Yeah.
But the person done all the research and written the paper is you. I don't even know anything about it. But then it's my name which is there. I'm fighting for you now, the person doing all these things, to have your name. Your name there. And the government start having these positions of influence. You can be able not even to influence government policy. And some of these imbalances that you see will just disappear. I have been saying that when you deliberately deny a particular region development, and then you are saying Kenya is growing, you are lying to yourself. Kenya will only develop when all the regions are developed equitably. That's why I've got an equalization fund when in the constitution. But how has it been implemented? A lot of policy around it. Just send more money to Mandera, to Turkana, as the law intended, to catch up with the other areas. But they put a lot of bureaucracy to the extent that at the end of the day, even the people who are supposed to get that money and implement projects, they go to government to steal the same funds. Because when the government will give an equalization, just eat it and nothing will happen to you. At the end of the day, people's lives don't change.
You mentioned SHA a couple of paragraphs ago, and it's been a bone of contention in conversations. What is, from your perspective, what is the real problem of SHA? Because we know to some extent something is happening because we hear of not doctors but hospitals asking for funds because they've already done the services.
Yes.
So shida iko wapi na SHA?
SHA was not meant to work because if somebody wanted to implement the universal health coverage, they'll have reformed NHIF because NHIF was doing fairly well. They did away with NHIF and came up with SHA. And initially they were saying that everybody should register for SHA. And you don't have to pay because they're talking about means testing. I remember when the CS at that time was saying means testing will involve they'll come to your place and check the kind of phone you are using. If it's iPhone, then they'll tell you to pay maybe 20,000
monthly.
Yeah. If it's maybe Mulika Mwizi, maybe you'll pay 500. But SHA was just 6,000 for the lowest paid per year. You pay 500. And
you mean NHIF?
NHIF,
right?
And if you pay 500, you'll get service. But for SHA, if they have put you that you need to pay like 7,000, and if you pay 7,000, you can't access service. So they recruited very many people, many of them who did not pay anything, and now people who are salaried are paying through the nose. Yeah. For this SHA, the government has not been able to put resources, not through the budget, to the treasury, to share sufficient resources. So what's happening now is that somebody will come to because we run health is devolved, and when you talk about this thing, the government needs to listen because we're the people who are running this thing. Somebody will come, you check in the system, they are registered with SHA. So there's this thing called pre-authorization. You check with SHA, then they say yes, the person is indeed registered. Go ahead and give service. So you give service for free because the person is registered with SHA. Now, we treat this person, he goes home, SHA has taken care of all these things. Is it? So he'll go saying SHA works. But then now you need to make a claim to SHA for what you've used here.
Yes.
When you make that claim, the money is not there. You're not paid. Yeah. So the person is praising government because SHA is working. But for you who is dispensing service, you've not been refunded the money by SHA. SHA owes counties a lot of money, running into billions. And we are saying very soon, very, very soon, if they don't up their game, we are going to reject that insurance. Because now services are going to ground to a halt. Yeah.
So if now counties reject it, what happens to me who needs to get medical care?
You'll either pay from your pocket or get alternative insurance. Because there are so many other firms out there, of course.
The private insurance?
Yeah. And you know the cost is prohibitive. Yeah, but we believe the government can sort out this thing. Yeah, because if we create that service worth 50 million, we've made a claim, we've justified it, just pay. Yeah, but then you go there and say, no, this one is not right, this one is not right. Sometimes they just reject the claims without any explanations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Folks we've spoken to in opposition usually say one statement that Kenya Kwanza government has failed. But has it really failed 150%? Like, is there nothing, even if it's 1%, we can say, on this one, they have done quite well, or at least they're doing something good about it?
We are struggling to find anything good that this government has done. For me, I can't pick anything just like this from then say the government has done this. What? Security is not good. Economy is not good. You know, the public service isn't very good. It's not even working. So what is working for this government? Yeah, of course, maybe just putting Kenya on election mode too early. Maybe that's the only thing they have done.
Yeah,
yeah. Because now when the president, and you know, the presidency is a very important position. That work, if you look at it critically, is not a joke. You know, remember when Obama became president, his man was black. By the time he was living, he was grey.
And he had become an old man.
He was become an old man. It's not an easy, because the president desk deals with only tough issues. You've got no time for any other thing. But the president, when does he sit down to work? Because he's always out there, you know, having this meeting, having that meeting, you know, on top of the vehicle campaigning. Now he's challenging the opposition to tell Kenyans what they want to do. And that's why now the opposition is out there also campaigning. Almost 17 months to elections. We're not doing any work. We're just campaigning. People are spending a lot of resources on these things. So I do not think of anything. Because even look at infrastructure. Uhuru and Kibaki did much better. You can see the physical infrastructure, the roads, and what does this government done? Even just providing subsidized fertilizer to farmers. They bring a soil. You remember that scandal?
Remember the scandal?
It was done by government officials, mixing fertilizer with soil. Yeah, gunia half ni mchanga, half, then we are taking it to farmers. So what good thing have they done? The president has changed the cabinet almost 3 times and still hasn't gotten it right. Today, if I asked you to name all the 22 cabinets, you wouldn't even tell me.
I mean, I know quite
quite a few, not all of them, but you should be knowing all of them, ideally, because they should be out there very visible, because they are the face of government.
Right.
I can't name more than 10 principal secretaries myself. Yet they're the accounting office of the department. They're completely invisible. Who's doing their job? Because you're given a job of PS, then they put somebody as your deputy who does everything. You're given the job as a CS, then they put a principal secretary who checkmates you. So people are just at war all the time. Nothing is working. It's only the president who knows things. He speaks about this ministry, that ministry.
Yes.
He's running government like a sole trader who runs a small kiosk. You can't run government like that. Let people work. Kibaki was sick when he went into government, but the government did very well. A president doesn't have to interfere in things. People give people the jobs and let them do the job. So for me, I'm even struggling to say one thing that this government has done. Look at Talanta Stadium here. You know, it looks very nice.
Yes.
But it is going to cost 140 billion shillings. You know, there's no value for money.
Yeah.
So which one thing can we say has really worked in this country? Yeah, the previous government used to give title deeds to people who didn't have title deeds. That program stopped. You know, land is just issues. Corruption is just there.
Yeah.
So which single thing? I can't think of anything.
So according to you, his biggest misdoing, and this is now the president, is the fact that he micromanages everything.
Completely. And there's this belief in government, because I was done, we still have networks there.
Yes.
Everybody believes there's somebody who's been sent to, you know, you don't have the freedom. Yeah. And I think all these cabinet secretaries, all of them, even the loudest of them, they fear their principal secretaries. Yeah, because you get the impression that, that the really powers, the powers are with the principal secretary, because they're the accounting officers.
I've interviewed several of them, and they look easygoing people. Who? The principal secretary.
Yes, they're easygoing because they're exercising power. Yeah, you'll be given the CS position. How did that visible? You know you are the CS.
Yes.
But who runs things? And that's why in most cases, if you are very discerning, you realize that the president somehow knows more about departments than his own cabinet secretaries.
Yeah.
Meaning that the principal secretaries talk directly to the president. So that thing that they feed the president, the information they share with the president without sharing with their cabinet secretaries. So you go to the cabinet and you are saying something, and the president says no, but that's not the position. And also he gives the correct position. When you go back to the office, actually you discover what the president was saying is the correct position.
Then that means also you as the CS, hujui kinyo unafanya.
What do you do if you've got a PS there that
who doesn't report to you?
Yeah. You're just there.
If reports the president, what are you supposed to do?
You know, by the time I'm being summoned by the president, and then he asks me a question, and then he tells me no movie, actually this is the information. Nikumanisha pia mimi kitu nilikuwa nenda kusema huko tu ni nothing.
Yeah, then you come and ask your peer, and then the peers will tell you no, but it's the president. He gets information from all over. I didn't tell him. And he can never just tell them, yeah, call him and I told him. Because when you look even at the structure of government,
yes,
the peers, you know, if you're a CS, I'm not very careful, actually can be overpowered by the CS, because the PS is the accounting officer, the man who's in charge of the money.
Yes.
The PS is the authorized officer, meaning he's in charge of all the staff. So what is the work of the CS? Is policy, isn't it? Yeah, but you must find a way of getting proper technical advice from this team that's led by the PS. So the clever ones find a way of working with the PS. You have to develop a way of working with the PS. But if you just come with that idea saying that I'm the CS,
I'm the boss.
Oh no, you'll not get no information at all. You just be there, bloated ego, but you don't know anything. And the way the president speaks, I can assure you, the president knows more about the departments because the PSs, he is working more with the PSs than the CSs. Many of these CSs are completely clueless. No, you are told what the PS wants you to know, not the whole picture. So you go there, then you ask the question out of what you know, they start fumbling. Yeah. Then people say, no, this guy has got a competent PS, but and come out on a shida. But you need information.
So I just can't call this PS and we just have a working relationship and see how we can move forward.
There was a PS in some ministry. Was it water? PS and the CS were not
in good terms.
Not in good terms. Why didn't the president transfer the PS and leave the CS there? He transferred both of them. And yet the problem was the junior. The junior is supposed to be the PS.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where that PS was taken, this CS told the colleague that fellow I'm telling you is bad news. This guy didn't want to go. When the PS arrived, I just told him, Bana, office ndio hiyo, umefanya kazi. What do you think I should know? Let me know. Lakini umefanya nini? Fanya kazi. And the guy just went into politics, akawa jamaa kafanya kazi.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the government is malfunctioning. That's for sure. Under the president, you can't pretend that you know the nitty-gritty in every government department. Let people work and give your CSS, room to work and run that department. Like if your CS comes to you and tells you that, like during I think back his time, there was a CS, I think it was in Ngilo, who told his peers that they go to see the president. And when they went to see Kibaki, Ngilo told Kibaki that I brought this fellow and I'm not going back with him. Yeah.
You find somewhere else.
Yeah, but I'm not going back with this character. Yeah. That's what it means to be a CS. And he said it's because of the following reasons. One, the guy is completely incompetent, and she gave the reasons why. Yeah, and the president he didn't transfer both of them.
Yes,
he removed the PS. That's how he developed discipline.
Maybe it's because perhaps during that time of Kibaki, Charity Ngilu was an MP on top of just being a CS. Actually, all ministers at the time were, they had political backing. These are people who came with votes. So they knew for a fact, hata ukinipiga kalamu leo kama minister, I'll just go back and work for my people. So it wasn't a big deal then, as opposed to now, if you sack a CS, they probably just go back and, I don't know, do what?
No, but it's not the CS under the cabinet, the people who advise the president. It's not the principal secretaries. Yeah, it's the CSs.
The CSs are part of the cabinet.
Yeah, so if the CS comes and tells you, Mr. President, I can't work with this fellow. Yeah. But I don't think if there's anybody with the audacity to go and tell the president that I can't work with this PS.
Why?
Because please, when we finish this interview, go and look at the way the government looks like. For every CS, who is the PS?
Okay.
And then you'll have your answer. You'll have your answer there. People are intelligent. You'll know this person has been brought here to checkmate me.
Okay.
So you really know your boundaries. Beyond that, so people have said, this is a job, isn't it? Let me do it. Watoto wangu wafanye nini? Wasome. If I can get an opportunity to steal, I'll steal because I'm in Gabon and nobody will ask me. And that's what is happening. Yeah, the era where people are going to government to work and serve Kenyans, I don't think is gone.
Mheshimiwa, you mentioned, no, Your Excellency, not even Mheshimiwa, that this government this is me paraphrasing, essentially dysfunctional.
It is.
Is the opposition functional?
The opposition is equally not functional because there's no opposition. That's what I began by saying. Some of us are playing the role of the opposition. The things I've been talking about is not my work. It's the role of the opposition, especially members of the National Assembly, members of the Senate. But all of them have gone to broad-based government. All of them are looking for favors from government. There are few voices out there like Onyonga you talked about.
Yes.
Yeah, those voices are there, the Sifunas of this world. But is that opposition structured? You remember when Reggie was removed from government?
Yeah.
Both the Senate and National Assembly almost voted for a man. Is that even normal?
Actually, it was unusual.
Yeah, it's not normal.
And
and the guy is putting up a very serious case. You can see, but they're not listening. They're just talking because they're waiting to vote. Yeah, the opposition is not there. It's supposed to be the conscience of the nation, because you pick out things that you think are going wrong. So that's why our country is in trouble, because the government is not working and the opposition is not working. Because if the government is not working, we should be able to call out government. And the president, like the election we had, will have a very, very responsible president now, because he won with a very thin margin. And he'll know that if I don't work for the people, I can easily be removed, can be impeached and be removed. But he went out and bought the entire opposition. So now he has got a working majority in both the Senate and the National Assembly, and he can pass any bill, any motion. He can. And that's why we're in trouble. Kenya needs a strong government, but equally strong opposition. But if we have got this bill, at the moment you lose an election, you move into government. That's not the spirit and even the letter of the Constitution. Yeah, you lose an election, take your position in the opposition as an alternative government and provide even alternative policies and programs. The government talking about share. What are we talking about ourselves? Because now we are talking about reviving NHIF. Reviving NHIF the way it was, no, we're not doing much. We need to, if we revive it, what things are we supposed to do to it to make it, provide this universal health coverage. So for every policy that the government is developing, we should have an alternative one and explain to Kenyans how it is going to work. Of course, for me, I don't believe just saying we remove Ruto. Of course, I believe when you just remove Ruto, 80% of our problems will be gone. Kabisa itakuwa imekwisha. But we need to be forward-looking also as a country. Where do we want to go? And those are the things now the opposition will be working on. But we've been caught in this web because now we are focusing on non-issues.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Kenyans don't listen to very serious issues. You know, when you go out there and you want to say, I want to go and do this and do that and do that, they'll hardly listen. But when you say one time, they'll respond. But when you say now we are going to develop this policies and implement them, they want to listen. But that one should be at another level. While you are busy there doing sloganeering, the team is working on these very serious programs. How do you spend 70% of the budget paying debts? Debts that first of all you can't even account for. The government is busy selling all state agencies, and they want to send money to this called National Infrastructure Fund. That's not even audited. It's outside parliamentary control. You know, everybody knows that they are looking for money to do funny things, even to buy an election. But who's calling out the government?
Who is calling out the government? Because citizens only hear and know what they're told by politicians. Of course, there are those who will do their own research, and we have got activists and analysts for that particular gig. But as far as the opposition is concerned, and you rightly said, the opposition is currently weakened. But whose fault is it that the opposition is as weak as it is today? It's the opposition leaders themselves. And for me, as I said, I was blaming Raila, because Raila is the doyen of Kenyan opposition. But Raila has always been in government, unfortunately. Lose an election, then go to government. Lose an election, then go to government. But can we just try it once, that you lose an election and remain the opposition intact, and see how the government serves people? Don't do broad-based. You have got your 70 members of the National Assembly. Combined opposition, we are at 200 plus. Then let's see you run government the way you want. You run the government the way Kenyans want. Yeah.
Your Excellency, we as Kenyans, we find ourselves in a very unique position. And you, as Governor of Nzoia, and even more unique, you actually head of a government. Nzoia is a government. Yes. Now, is it possible for a governor to demonstrate within his county the things that one would like to see? Because it's local. Everything that we keep talking about, because a lot of our conversations have to do with the national government.
Yes.
And we forget that the county governments are also governments. Yes. The resources may not be enough, but resources are never enough, really.
Yes.
Is it possible for a governor to ensure that all these things that people talk of, one, you raise the economics of that particular county. You ensure that these problems that bedevil the mwananchi on a daily basis, which are within your purview, that you manage. Or you have a program that seeks to ensure that you alleviate these things. Now, you may have the program. The difficult thing is it possible to get people to understand that the county government can not only work for them, but can do the things that they need? Now, that's one level of my question. The second level, as the Council of Governors, do you have any power with which you can actually push the national government to enable you to actually function as a government? What do I mean? To be able to actually source funds to bring about development in your counties outside the monies that the government gives you.
Now, your second question actually answers the first one. Because the challenge we have are resources.
Yes.
Yeah, and devolution is not working the way it was invested, the way it was intended. Because we're being given 15% of the budget. That's what the law says. It says at least. So we're being given that list.
15 is the minimum you should get.
Yeah, that's what we're being given, that minimum. But during campaigns, they were promising 45%, 30%, you know. But if they gave us that 5%, we can be able to do all the development functions without any problems. So we are struggling with the resources. Actually, 85% of the resources at the national level. 15% of the resources are shared by 47 county governments. 47 sharing 15%. One national government has 85%. But all Kenyans are focusing on count that there's corruption down there. Where is this 85% are going? But we go out there, counties actually have done a bit of good work. You know, if we had this rule, even have done better. Because as you say, Kenya has got 48 governments. 47 county governments and one national government. You come to Nzoia, for instance, we've we're even assisting farmers now. We're giving them free seed. The government should also be able to provide free fertilizer, because because even in this developed countries, farmers are subsidized. Our government is clueless. It has got no idea that you can assist actually farmers. They've got no idea. We get additional allocations. These are grants and loans. But then again, this comes to the national government.
Where do these grants come from, Excellency?
From donors. Yes. But the money must come through the treasury. Then they've got a structure. They even have a national coordinator. Look at the program like NAFCDB, like CalCop. We have got programs, out there like FLOCA for environment. They're all designed and structures done by the national government. And they've got even a national coordinator, a regional coordinator, and even a county coordinator for these funds. So the national government is actually indirectly running these funds. You can even have a county coordinator who's not even answerable to the CEC or to the chief officer. It's answerable to some kind of national coordinator. If the national coordinator calls the county coordinator, who's an employee of the county government, and the CEC calls the same person for a meeting, this fellow will choose to go to the national coordinator because that's where the money is. Like USAID has been funding health facilities.
Yes.
Yeah. Through NGOs,
yes.
We have got one called the Ambath Uzima that have been handling even our issues in Nzoia, and they do a good job. But when the funding changed now, the money was supposed to come now directly because they said let's not go through proxies, intermediaries.
Work directly with the
counties. But now the national government is saying you cannot get funds directly from outside to the counties. Now they're putting a structure. The other day when Nairobi and we were looking at how funding from USAID is going to go to the counties, so we're dealing with matters of health, reproductive health, and those other HIV and those other issues. And then you look at the structure, the county government is not mentioned anywhere.
Who set up that structure?
The national government, the treasury. And actually they had convinced the American embassy that this thing is basically done. When you were in Mombasa and talking about the issue of CPAC and we were not going to appear, that matter was raised. And Honorable Dwele came with the US ambassador to Mombasa, and she was like convinced that this matter is basically done, the structures. But when he began raising issues, she was like, what's happening here? Mm-hmm. It became very embarrassing. We have to go back to the drawing board. So there's a lot of money coming from outside. They're supposed to do functions which are basically devolved, but the national government cannot allow those functions to go to the ground. So they put up very many structures, and money spent on capacity building, on meetings. The actual impact on the ground is zero. Can we let devolution work? Actually, just let devolution work. Even 70%, just let devolution work. Kenya is going to be transformed. But the people are obsessed with controlling and managing county governments. And even the control of budget, the kind of powers she's now amassing to herself, is just meant to control counties. They'll delay funds, disbursement of funds. The counties are supposed to be receiving funds by 15th of every month. As I said, now it's almost 2 months we've not gotten money. Our staff are not paid. But national government workers are paid every month without delay. But the national government is comfortable seeing counties go for 3 months without paying staff. So all these structures are meant to frustrate county governments, because now they can say for 3 months without giving you money. Then around early June, they give you money for 4 months.
Oh dear.
Now the financial is closing at the end of June. You try to make a request to pay contractors who have already done the jobs. You are told the system has hung. That's the thing they use. The system may hang, so you can't really access. They'll open for 30 minutes and then it hangs again. At the end of June, the budget has lapsed. Now you can't do these things. Can't pay. You have to wait for the new budget. Make a new budget. Make a provision for this and then pay. The COB will come out with a report and say counties were not able to absorb funds.
They don't have the capacity.
They want to create that impression there's no capacity. They don't tell Kenya that we're given funds for 4 months in the last month of the financial year, and even there was no time.
And the mechanism for disbursing those funds was problematic.
And the system was problematic. The IFMIS is not working. So out there, Kenyans are mad that Nzoia was not able to spend 1 billion shillings. Yeah, and the contract have not been paid. So the impression is you are with the money on the account, and you're not just paying people. All this is to create a certain narrative that counties are not working.
But Governor, when that happens, is there communication from governors explaining that what the government has just said is a complete lie?
Yeah, they normally have communication, but as I said, even in the council itself, we also have issues because also there are people who are so much into the broad-based government, and people also want to carry favor there. Because when it happens, like you've not gotten disbursement for 2 months. You know, if I were the chairman of the Council of Governors, I'll just call a meeting and close down counties, because you're pretending that things are working well when they are not. You expose these things. Your staff not been paid for 2 months. National government have been paid, and you're being given stories. There are no funds. Yeah, these are constitutional obligations. By 15th of every month, pay counties. You have not paid. Close counties. Let things work, so the county can also be prioritized. Now you disperse funds to other agencies, including parastatals and universities. Can you disperse funds to the counties?
Which one? This issue of disbursements were raised even in the time of Uhuru and the delays, because I recall when we interviewed some governors then, they would bring up the same issues and say, look, there has been a delay, and what they were saying is something similar. The impression that one then gets is those who are sent to the position of presidents don't seem to want devolution to work.
Yes. Oh. Like now, the president opposed the constitution, you know. He was in the No Brigade.
Yes.
Now you're telling him to implement the same constitution?
Even the previous president was in a similar situation.
So they won't. The only person who will have implemented this constitution, the letter, was Raila Amolo Odinga. That one I can bet my life on.
You would have implemented it.
You'll have implemented it. Because even before he died, even a month before he died, Raila was telling Ruto, implement, please protect the devolution. But is the cog of this constitution is devolution, implement. Let governors do their job, provided the funds at the right time, and bundle county government functions. Don't stick with these functions. Some of the regional bodies, water bodies, they're doing county government functions. Can you disband them and let the counties do their job? But it's difficult. That's what I'm saying. We have got a very good constitution. We keep talking about it. But who is in charge of implementing this constitution? People who do not believe in it at all, who never even read it, are the ones who are supposed to implement it. So they're looking for ways of frustrating it.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, we've also seen governors who are fighting with their deputy governors. You seem to be having a good time with yours. But could that also be another problem as far as service delivery to the Mwananchi is concerned?
I don't have a good relation with mine. No.
Tell us about it.
No, mine just woke up one day and said that there's no security at the account headquarters because somebody was just using her. We even go to the Senate, to go all over the place. It is the constitution that says a deputy is an assistant, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you assist.
So thank you for bringing that up, because is it that you folks don't, like, for example, the Homa Bay one, just woke up one day and he resigned from his position. Is it that you guys do not talk? Is it that you talk but they don't understand, or is it because there's something they say that you're not, like, what's usually the problem?
It's a matter of interpretation, because it's the governor who appoints the deputy to run together on the same ticket,
right?
Isn't it? But at the end of the day, the deputy also said that I was elected, and that's why we had the problems between Ruto and Uhuru, and then Ruto and Rigathi, because this one's a joint ticket. We borrowed from the US. But Tabia Zetu, they don't match those, So it's like you've elected two governors, even the deputies believe that they're governors.
Yeah.
And then the law say that if something happens to the governor, the deputy becomes the governor. You don't have to go to an election to serve the remainder of the period. And a deputy will see that the easiest way for me to become governor is to sort out this guy, to Mutoe.
Yeah.
So they're always working with other actors out there to frustrate governors. In some places, like Homa Bay, for instance,
yes,
there was a pre-election agreement between the governor and the deputy, because the deputy was an extremely popular person.
Yes.
Actually, had he been allowed to run, he will have won. Then you agree and say, when I win the election, we are going to share the cabinet. I'll give you 5, I'll take 5. And then now, once you elect, then you are like, what? Are you going to run two governments here? Because if I got my CECs and the deputy got his own CECs, the chief of, we're going to have two governments in one. Then this arrangement is not going to work. But remember, you've got an MOU.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody they put the ambitions on hold to support you, and then you are changing. You start fighting. From that point, start fighting. Even there's some places where you find that the governor is flying a flag and the deputy is also flying. Yeah, but just a matter of the ambition too. People become too ambitious, then you forget why you were elected. Because if you remember that, actually the easiest way would be that maybe you give the deputy some official position, some portfolio. Yeah, some portfolios. They can be in charge of something. You are the deputy, but also you are this.
But actually, why doesn't that happen?
It should. Yeah. It should. But the only problem is that the deputies also need to tame the ambitions, because you are deputy, and the law is very clear. You are the principal assistant to the governor, and you are the deputy CEO of the county. Yeah. In fact, that's why actually governors appear before the Senate, and the president doesn't, because the law says governors are the CEOs, chief executive officers. So it puts in that point where you have to be answerable for all the things that happen in the counties. So it's just a matter of the deputy knowing that they are below the governor. Yes. Yeah, and they're supposed to support the governor. I guess there's some counties we are working extremely well.
But now, let me look at you, for example, Your Excellency. You're a very active person. You're on the ground. You have got all this energy. What does your deputy usually do?
It's supposed to be assisting me to do all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, when you're chairing meetings in your office, she's supposed to be there.
Like cabinet meeting, the deputy must be there. Of course, they don't chair cabinet meeting. But my intention was very good.
Yeah.
Until other forces came in and really, because my deputy, first of all, I wanted her to be the bridge, because Nzoia has had issues in the community clashes, people have fought. So I wanted her to be like the bridge to bring about in the community understanding. Yeah, to assist me in that. Then number two, I wanted to put her to be in charge of the cabinet committees.
Yes,
to be basically in charge of implementation,
right,
of whatever cabinet resolutions.
So she's busy.
Yeah,
akona kazi.
Anataka kuwa na kazi hivyo, but you see now. If you want to do that, and then people begin now telling your idea, but you are doing this, but you cannot really be the one in charge. If you can sort out this person.
Okay.
Yeah. And Muga, what you ask is actually doable, because for me, like in my government, I just have 7 members of the county assembly elected on my party ticket, and 2 nominated. That's 9. Yeah. In an assembly of 33, isn't it? So how have I managed this far with 9 members of the county assembly? I've not bought anybody. These guys are UDA fellows. They're basically in Kenya Kwanza. Yeah, and I'm in Azimio governor. But we are working very well. I've not bought anybody. Sileta mtu kwa serikali yangu. Yeah, but you just take bills to the assembly. They look at it objectively and they pass them. Must I tell everybody to come now to my party, the DAP, for us to work?
Actually, to my very limited knowledge of the Luya nation, is that the Luya people are very, what is that what I'm looking for? Like our Nango Baguzi, if I look at it from that perspective.
We even love other people, other communities more than we love ourselves.
Yeah. So perhaps that is why things are working for you and around that region, of course. But still, on that issue.
But in my cabinet, there's not just lawyers. No, the other communities there. We have got Kikuyus there, we've got Kalenjins,
of Nzoia.
Yeah, it's got very cosmopolitan. Yes. I guess Nzoia is one of the most cosmopolitan counties in Kenya.
Okay.
Maybe rival only by Nairobi. All communities in Kenya are in Nzoia and in large numbers. See, tunasema watu watano, then you say it's cosmopolitan. Huge.
Ni wengi sana.
Big farms, big percentages, and we've managed really to work well.
The top 3 communities in Nzoia, maybe if you can paint a picture for me.
It's Luya. Luya is biggest, over 65%.
Yeah.
Then we have Kalenjin.
Right.
Kalenjin, of course, the Nandi, the Sabot, the Marakwet, the Tugen, the Sengwer. Those ones are there. Then we have the Kikuyu. We have the Kisi. Yeah, and then of course the others, the Luo, they're there. They were Indies, they're there.
Yeah.
All these communities are there. And even look at my cabinet composition, actually, it's 50% Luya, 50% other communities. I've got a Luo in my cabinet. I've got Kis in my cabinet. I have a Kana in my cabinet. I have a Kikuyu in my cabinet.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's really I have a Turkana in my cabinet. So it's really balanced.
Okay.
Why can the national government do the same? They talk about being broad-based, but look at even the members of the cabinet. One committee has got 8 members, another has got 7, then the rest of Kenya sharing the remaining 6. How broad-based is that?
Mheshimiwa, I know you had made a request to leave early, but maswali ni mengi. Allow me to ask.
Yes.
Kuna moja hapa kwa mfano, someone is saying, this is now Kelvin Wanyonyi. Natembea Tawe movement lacks proper messaging. Just saying umaskini, ufisadi, uongo, Tawe is not enough. In his tour around Western region, he needs to properly articulate his economic plan. Is it that are you articulating like a proper economic plan apart from just saying resist these people?
No, but when you are saying Tawe, as I say, we are raising people's consciousness. The problem I have that when you've been poor for such a long period of time, poverty is actually normalized because you look around, everybody's poor. You're all struggling to take children to school. You're all struggling with family. You're all struggling. Then you normalize. You think everybody lives like this. So first of all, it's like some kind of shock therapy.
Yeah.
When you come up with economic policies, these policies must be embraced by people. We must have a willing people. First of all, who realize we need to embrace these policies. That's what I'm doing. First of all, for them to realize we need change, and that we have got a problem on our hands. Now, when I'm talking about Tawe, and we think there's a better way of doing this, don't just criticize, because this is a fairly open thing. I'm out there. Can we enrich it? It's not mine. I'm going to the people because I don't want to be like I'm the one carrying this thing. That when I'm not there tomorrow, then the whole thing collapses. We want to have the masses behind it.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter whether Natembe is there or not. This message can still be carried on.
You want to give it longevity.
And it has to be to cut across Kenya. As I say, you cannot develop one part of the country until Kenya is developed. Kenya must develop everywhere. Must develop for us to have development. And this tower, by the way, even to go to Luo Nyanza now is there. You go to the mountain, people are talking about the tower. I've gone there, they're talking about the tower. Even the Somalis are talking about the tower. Because when they understand tower is all about, that we're just challenging the status quo. Nobody likes the status quo. The way things are currently, very few people are benefiting from this. When Kenyans are really opposed to this. Yeah. So, and the poverty because I've worked in other parts of Kenya, the poverty in Western is on a different level. People are poor.
Okay.
No, people are poor.
The tragedy is you're talking about a region that economically should not be poor.
Yes. No. That region should not be poor.
No.
As I said, the poverty in Western is orchestrated, is stage managed. There are people and the local leadership itself, our own leaders, believe that if people are poor, you can manage them better. Yeah, that when somebody dies, if an MCA doesn't show up, actually may not worry. Because now there'll be no house, there'll be no coffin, there'll be nothing. You know, that kind of poverty, where people depend on a few individuals, and whatever you say, people just follow. And a poor person has got very few options. So this thing is actually stage managed. People don't want our people to grow. Like now, these leaders, I keep challenging them. Can they even just come out and tell the people of Western the number of children they paid school fees for, from their own pocket?
Something as basic as that.
Something as basic as that. Your neighbor, the child has been called to Alliance or Kamsinga High School or St. Bridget's. They can't afford it. They have come to you as the Speaker of the National Assembly. Please pay 53,000 shillings for my child. Can they tell us how many children they've paid school fees for? They fear people. They don't want people to go to school. They want people to remain down there in poverty so you can manage them. And actually, it's very easy to manage a poor person. Yeah, it's very, very dehumanizing. And this thing is very, very deliberate.
Someone is asking, this is Park Villa Anauliza, Nzoia is not fully developed. Let him say more and also show in action. I mean, I'm his neighbor and Eugene Wamalwa in Milimani Estate, but our roads are impassable and not tarmacked, I wonder.
Yes, so there's something called, as I was saying, the national government, when you put a lot of pressure on the national government, they unbundle. It's called unbundling of functions. They unbundle the roads function, and they remain with all the money. They put something called Kura, something called Kera, something called Kenha. As a COG, you've said, Kenha is fine because it does
national highways.
And they traverse different counties. But Kura If they gave money for Kura, I'll do all those roads he's talking about. Those Milimani roads. I'll do them because they're supposed to be under Kura.
Yes.
Yeah, but they have not done any single road in Trans Nzoia. Maybe it's because of the kind of politics I'm playing. And there's no magic wand for development. When I said that the national government is not giving us resources, I mean it. I've been governor for 3 years. This is my 4th year. You know, you can't do everything. But you come to Trans Nzoia now, for those who have got eyes, people have got eyes but they can't see. There's a lot of transformation. I've done a lot of things. Even just giving people free seat, we're spending almost 150 million shillings per year. It has changed the life status of so many people now. Food poverty in Trans Nzoia is now no longer there. When I went into office, it was every day on about out of Meja Pale. Please, Governor, we slept hungry. But now that thing is a thing of the past. We've been paying bursaries for our children. Now the national government has made it very difficult for us to pay bursaries because they're saying it's not an county government function. Yeah, we know we have to lead the national government, but again, they're not even doing capitation. We are doing roads. I've constructed a new county hospital, a new county headquarters, brand new. The only one in Kenya that's been completed within budget.
Okay.
The only one. The national government has not come in for us. We've just built ours and completed, and I've moved into it. I've done a level 4 hospital, complete. I'm now doing a stadium. The only county again in Kenya is doing his own stadium. All the other stadium, the national government has come in and assisting. I'm doing mines that are almost 72%.
How much is yours costing?
657 million.
Okay.
We spend about 300 million. We are going to make even a saving at the end of the day.
Okay.
Because we only pay for measured works. Paying for measured works. It's going to be completed. We have built ECDs. Brand new ECDs, at least 2 in every ward. We've employed what do you call it?
In every ward.
In every ward.
How many wards do you have?
25. Yeah,
Whoa.
and 2, and these are
we're talking about 50.
Yes, these are twin classrooms. 2 classrooms together with an office equipped. You know, so we are doing well. We've done water projects. You know. We're giving milk to our children, ECD children, every Tuesday and Thursday. They're drinking milk.
Someone is asking, any flour mills or any fertilizer plants?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, now some of these things, you know, now like now the national government is doing subsidy fertilizer. That's what the county government function. Yeah.
Agriculture is a devolved function, is
100%.
it not? Yes.
What is the government doing in providing and sending subsidy seed fertilizer to the farmers? And they put that money in the budget. For instance, they put the money in the national budget. 267 million for subsidy fertilizer for Trans Nzoia. But you don't see the money. They bring the fertilizer. But somewhere at the end of the year, when you check from national cereals, because that money, that fertilizer come to me, to go to a national government agency called NCBB, National Cereal and Produce Board. You check the amount of fertilizer that came to Trans Nzoia is barely 30 million shillings. So where is the other money?
Was the fertilizer sufficient for the farmers?
Is not accessible because it's not affordable. It's not those who afford. Not very farmer can afford 2,500. Yeah, I'm saying it's the price, the cost is still is still high.
Alando is asking, or is saying this, please ask the governor if he is 100% sure that the Luya nation voting in a single block for the alternative government and to an extent its victory will most definitely eradicate poverty from them.
It will. Not just from them, from all Kenyans. Because from them, I'm not fighting just for the Luyas. I'm fighting so that we can get policies and programs that are going to assist everybody. Because when you go out there, there's poverty everywhere. Even in the community which have produced the president. I worked in Maranga as a DC and I was surprised the areas where people have got jiggers. And yet Kikuza produced three presidents, isn't it? Yeah, so you can have a president, but the elite from the president's community are the one who benefits. But the ordinary folk down there do not benefit. So we want to overturn the pyramid and now see whether the ordinary folk in all these communities can benefit. So when I talk, I just use the Luyas as a case study, but I don't mean that other Kenyans are not poor. Those guys who are asking whether if Luyas voted together and we won government, if they're going to be changed, they're going to be changed. Yeah, it's going to be. And for me, by the way, I've told my colleagues, they know my position that when we're trying to craft a team that will have a captain. We don't want an all-knowing, all-powerful, president.
Yeah.
When they get power, they ignore the rest of the team. We are forming a team like Arsenal, Manchester United or Manchester City, where every player matters. And my reducible minimum is that the president want to have in 2027 should not do any business whatsoever with the government or with anyone else for the reason of the president. focus on running the country, not running a matatu industry, insurance, timber, importing what, you know. So many things. You're in agriculture, in livestock, we are all over, and you're the president. And yet, when the moment you become president, actually your life is sorted for the rest of your life and even generations to come. Because they're going to just, every 3 years, you're given new vehicles, you retain all your stuff, you're getting 80% of your salary, your medical is taken care of, you don't have little children to take care of. What are you fighting? Why are you accumulating? At the moment you are an accumulator, even your cabinet will become accumulative. Yes. They'll just be accumulators, and everybody down the line. Lead by example. The idea of saying, don't do this, and you are doing it. People not follow what you are saying, they'll follow what you are doing. Sure. So for me, I'm told my colleague, anybody with ambitions of just becoming a Ruto, please tell us mapema, because then we are going to have problems. Yeah, because you'll have to declare and say, mimi kazi yangu itakuwa ni running Kenya. No other thing. Kwenda kununua mashamba, grab mashamba all over the place. You are the biggest landholder, you are biggest this, you are biggest that, and you are the president. Why are you the president then? Go into the private sector and do business. You do not. The moment we do that, this Kenya, by the way, have got a lot of resources. Yeah. Kenya will just transform like this very quickly.
Excellency, there's this issue of holding people to account.
Yes.
Somebody can say, yes, this is what I will be, but once somebody is elected and they're sitting in that position, and you're with them in this united opposition, how do you hold them to account?
And that's what I was saying. Before even you got there, as we sit and discuss, who amongst us believes in these ideals? Because we have to start from there. And Kenyans know us. Can Kenya choose a president for themselves? What's the idea of just, you go there, and then during election, there was something like mass hysteria. People wake up after they have voted. They're like, what? Did we vote for this guy? You did. What happened to you? Because vote like you're voting for yourself for the first time. Yeah? When you go to the market to buy a cow or a goat, for instance, you ask for even the history. How much milk does it produce? Is it pedigree? Is it what? But when we are electing leaders, we ask those questions. We just say, is my clansperson, is my tribesman, and that is it. Even if it's a thief, it just is my tribesman. Then now you are quoting trouble. Yeah. So the people who want to offer themselves for the presidency, people at the national level, tuwapige tu msasa vizuri. Then we see this guy. If we give them this opportunity, is he going to deliver? Because many of these characters have worked elsewhere. How did they perform there? Look at the track record of people. Because otherwise, if you don't do that, they'll just be complaining and complaining and complaining. Because there's normally, when people are elected president, I think they look at the Kenyatta senior, the yardstick. So everybody wants to be as rich or richer in the shortest time possible.
Yeah.
And you cannot do that by stealing national resources. You cannot just through your own sweat become as rich as that Kenyatta in 5 years. It's practically impossible. So you have to do that and steal. And then you are stealing and taking that money elsewhere, outside the country. That money, when you take it to Dubai for it, that's just it in the banks there. It's used.
Yes, exactly. You are actually enriching that country.
Yeah.
The first cabinet we ever had in this country, arguably, could be said to have been a cabinet of equals, where people could actually check each other.
Yes.
Yes, everybody had credentials.
Yes.
Okay? The cabinets that have followed have not been cabinets of equals.
Yeah, but what happened to characters like Tomboya? When you want certain ideals, when you don't belong to the club, you are supposed to be the club, and you don't really belong. You look like you're a traitor. They remove you.
They do. But also, if I look at successive governments, whether it is Kibaki, let's start with Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, now Ruto. It's like the thing that seems to be at the heart of all this government is maintaining the status quo.
Yes.
And they will do everything within their means to do so.
Yes.
They'll incorporate people, they'll bring people in, but they will maintain the status quo.
Yes.
Now, somebody comes in with all the right credentials and we feel this is the person who will actually bring about the change that we need. How does such a person even get insulated from, because the people who want to maintain the status quo are not going anywhere, they're still there. Even if the originators have gone, but the power structure and that influence still exists. How does one overcome this?
That's what you talk about, the invisible government.
Yes.
The deep state.
Yes.
State capture.
Yes.
You may not even know those characters.
No, you may not.
Yeah. And, you recall Ruto rode on a wave of hustler.
Yes, he did.
Actually, it was talking about dynasty. And
versus hustler.
Then he was told you're going to break the country. He went quiet on dynasties, but that was the message he sang into the people. This is not the time for the hustlers. When he was elected, does he even talk about hustlers now? He said Mama Mboga will be in cabinet, boda, and does he talk about them? Has he even given them even tax relief? This is Mama Mbogas and boda at all. And yet he rode on that wave. What happened to him when he entered government? He was talking about these things, but he wasn't conscious of them. That the state captures. You can go there and be doing things that have been arranged for you. You are just the president, but you do not know. There are characters there. Unaambiwa imesemekana. But the president has not said it. And some appear here nakubali kwamba imesemekana and you are the president. Because state capture is real. And you must be very deliberate about these things. Because people can just sit somewhere and manage your government without your knowledge. Kapsa.
And manage you as well.
And I can even tell you for sure, and I can even tell the Bible, I can take the Bible and swear that the National Infrastructure Fund, it was not Ruto's idea. Somebody else came up with that idea, wakamutupia, and they knew because he liked some of those things, I'm gonna let him implement, and he turned it around. State capture. That's what happens. That's what I'm saying. Before we go to the next elections, can we agree on the basics? And the moment you say a president should not do business, many of those people capture the state already are rattled. Because that's how they manage these things. Your Excellency, there's something here. Your Excellency, there's something here. Your Excellency, the Chinese have come and they have said, you've got a project of your own choice. Or if they can put something in an account somewhere. The moment you accept one,
that's it.
That is it.
You've been compromised.
That is it. Kwisha. So can we have a president who accepts poverty? That let me live in poverty, but
let me live within the means that are offered to me by the country.
And serve the people. Like, remember Angela Merkel when she retired?
Yes.
The entire Germany clapped for her. They agreed that maybe at 10 a.m. we all clap. And the entire Germany.
The entire country.
The entire country at that particular time, they clapped. It was for 5 minutes. They just clapped. Service, that woman was wearing one dress. She was living in an apartment.
And she was doing her own shopping.
She did not even have a house girl. She was cooking for the husband. And she was running Germany. Yeah. And for the president to move from State House to KICC for a meeting, he has got 36 vehicles. And the road must be closed almost 30 minutes before the fellow passes there. Nothing is moving, but about before because the president from State House. So, and it looks very, 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 very admirable that you have to be there. You're almost like you are a god. That's why you go and say, you go to the funeral and say, before I live here, this girl should be given a job. How?
You're the president.
Be given a job, and this one I'm giving him land, and this one, have you seen an American president talk like that?
No.
Dish out things like that. Where? Why do we allow such things to happen? That's what I'm talking about the Tower. Tower is just challenging all these things. And if we accept the letter, please, can we dismantle this colonial system? Yeah, because we replaced a Mzungu with the black Mzungu. They're doing exactly the same things. The oligarchs, they're the same thing. Can we remove these people and just reset? Reset our country.
Yeah.
We go back to the factory settings.
Right.
And it will be good. We just get somebody who believes that, you can. How much does a person need? You are going to you have a freezer in your house, umejaza nyama hapo.
So unanunua freezer nyingine unaijaza pia nyama.
Unajaza nyama tena hapo. Itafika mali nyama yote wanatupa.
Jitaoza.
Yeah. And your neighbors got nothing. So how much does a person need?
We have about 5 minutes before we come to the end of the show, and there's one question here, or rather, one of the things I'm seeing on the comment section here is on healthcare in Nzoia. It looks like you've done quite a good job. You've just mentioned level 4 hospital that was constructed in the last 3 years, is it? What exactly have you done for all these comments on healthcare to be mentioned?
Because health was dead, and I've really had to struggle because some of the political leaders I was elected with, I've been opposing every step I take. They oppose. I just chose to ignore them. Now there was a hospital was put up. It was not even complete. 2 billion shillings by the old regime. In 7 years, we have spent about 2 billion to put up a level 4 hospital. 2 billion can build like 2 Kenyatta National Hospitals. Yeah, but I went there, the thing was not complete. I've tried to complete it. We have moved services there, properly equipped. We are employing staff. All our health facilities actually had been downgraded to health centers. We didn't have even a sub-county hospital. Now we have got nine of them. We've improved the physical infrastructure. The next stage, I'm moving now is to employ staff.
Yes.
We know he had done about 130 nurses. The matter went to court. I resolved it yesterday. Want them to resume work immediately. We're going to employ some more. We want to increase our HPTs, health products and technologies, madawa and pharmaceuticals. We want all our hospitals to have all these facilities.
Yeah.
I want my doctors to work. We know we are giving them very good salaries. We pay them on time. Of course, working on a bit of attitude change. So basically, we are doing well. We have not yet there, but I believe by the time we go to the election next year, Trans Nzoia will be very different, even in terms of health. We'll be receiving, not even referring our patients. Elsewhere.
There's a resident of yours that has a request. Amesema, this is Robert Mukanda. I come from Trans Nzoia. I know it's not right thing to ask from here. In Kinyoro, state of bridges is very low. Could the governor do something, please?
Yes, we've done some bridge. There may be about 2 of them. But last year there was a lot of rain. It really messed our infrastructure. We're basically redoing almost all the roads.
Okay.
Like they were washed out. Well, in Nyesha, Trans Nzoia, it can really rain. So many of these things are not even bridges. They're just box culverts. They're good. They're bigger they're almost like bridges. And we're going to put some money there in our next budget to sort out some of these infrastructure projects. Is
Honorable John Natembeya running for governor next term? Mama, he's going for something different.
And now I've got a duty to my people as the governor for Trans Nzoia. I know the people of Trans Nzoia want me to run again for second term, but I also believe I can play a role at the national level. So in that team at the national level, if I'm considered for the presidency, I want to go for that, because I believe you can only make an impact as president of Kenya. Because I look at the deputy president of Kenya, what Rigiji was, and the relationship with the president wasn't very good. You look at the relation between that of President Ruto and Kindiki again. Kindiki really, it's not. You cannot really impact even government policy. You look like you are just given this thing. So you are becoming deputy president for what? For show? For just public image? Me, I want a position where I can impact on people's life. I believe now the governor properly facilitated can impact more on people's lives than even a deputy president. But if we've crafted a working arrangement where the things I'm talking about can be implemented in our team, then of course I'll even consider going up there. But we don't just go for this position for the sake of going for them. Are we going to make an impact?
Yeah. Now, if you leave Trans Nzoia, in whose hands is it going to be safe?
Trans Nzoia will still be part of Kenya. If I become president, I'll still run Trans Nzoia as the president of Kenya. We'll make policies that will really not disadvantage any county.
You've addressed the people of Trans Nzoia. Now address the people of Kenya. What is that last message you have for them today?
They have got an opportunity, God-given, constitutionally guaranteed opportunity to elect government, and we've got another opportunity in 2027. Let us use it responsibly. Let us not go by waves. This mass hysteria. As I said, let us look at the people who want to be the president. Very, very critically. Look at their track record, their character. We are bestowing these people the responsibility of managing the state affairs of the Republic of Kenya. Let us do it with a bit more seriousness. So that we not regret after we've done the election. If we want to change Kenya, it should start next year. Hii muda yote ya campaign, let them use this time to do an assessment. Let's go slow on following the slogans, because they are sweet and they tend to cloud our judgment. So that we get a person who can now return Kenya's loss to glory. In the past, when Kenya coughed, the entire East African region got a cold. But now we are competing with Tanzania, with Uganda. Our people are going to work in Tanzania. It was always the other way around. Our glory is disappearing. Can we regain it?
Right.
And this is in the hands of the people of Kenya. Get IDs, they're free. When IB starts registering for voters, register. The serious people don't make too much noise. Let's just wait for 2027 to find your kitu.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We've actually held you longer than agreed, but thank you for being gracious enough to allow us to hold you that long.
Nimeshukuru sana is an opportunity. It's rare also. I don't take it for granted. An opportunity to talk to my people in Tanzania and to Kenyans also.
All right. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Situmu gambia wa Kenya kwa heri.
Kwa herini wa Kenya, but Your Excellency, thank you very much for honoring the invitation.
Asante.
Yes.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga. See you tomorrow bright and early at 6 a.m.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nzoia Governor George Natembeya says the county government has no issues with the Auditor General, noting that audits are carried out every financial year. He adds that the Control of Budget approves withdrawals from the County Revenue Fund based on the budget, and the county has faced no major problems